Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live here on this Monday morning in perfect temperature, Naples, Florida. Joining me in the studio, senior economist Tracy Shuchart. Good morning, Shai.
Good morning, all.
Macro strategist Craig Shapiro.
Good morning.
And my guy, senior market strategist Jimmy Cagnina. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, Naples. It's great to be back, but I got to say, our Williams racing team, sponsored by Kraken, exceeded expectations, finished in fifth place at the race in Las Vegas. It was awesome.
Oh, that's cool. I didn't even know that. You should have told us that beforehand. I could have, get us ready here, Jimmy. He's just holding these little nuggets in, Shai. What's going on?
It was about a plus 500 bet if you would have taken Carlos Sainz to finish in the top five. So it would have been a good bet for you at Delhi.
Yeah, well, how did I do in my bets this weekend? On my football bets, I did. I won one, lost three. Sorry, that's a win. That's a win. Good morning, Chad. Hopefully everyone's doing well. I wrote in my note this morning that the rally window into the end of the year is now open. Doors open. I bought a little crypto this weekend. I'm actually long equity indexes for the first time in a while. I haven't traded them in a while. I'm long NASDAQ and S&P, and of course, I'm right back in, man. We'll talk about that throughout the morning. But first, Shai, the news.
So we had, if you remember on Friday, we had Williams come in with a comment that basically said that he favored a rate cut in December, and we saw markets rally on that. Now, the reason why his comments are so important is because, one, he's the president of the New York Fed, which is the only regional bank that has a permanent vote on the FOMC, and by custom serves as the FOMC vice chair. That kind of puts him in the top trio with Powell and Vice Chair Jefferson. So his guidance is sort of a read on leadership signaling, not just a regional take as far as some other Fed speakers are concerned. So although we saw a plethora of Fed speakers rather hawkish over the week, his comments probably moved markets more than anything to the upside, and we went from having a 30% chance of a rate cut to 60% chance now. So we're above that 50% chance.
I need a cut now. I'm long. Shai.
Right. Oh, okay. And we had obviously a bruising week of volatility, test support across all levels of stocks. So analysts are watching that 65.50 level, which is actually Pax's quarterly pivot at 65.58. So they're all on board with Pax's number. Yeah. Should the sell-off continue, everybody's looking at 64.30 to hold. But they are also watching Bitcoin, and they say that the S&P won't be able to find support until Bitcoin does, and a lot of analysts are looking at that 75,000 area for support. So we'll see what this week brings. We have a holiday week and rather than trading, so anything can happen. We're also in a negative gamma environment. Still, again, that means that market makers are trading with the market instead of against the market, so you can outsize moves to the upside or the downside. Now, also, this was really interesting because, we talk about the problem with energy, right? So it turns out that Amazon data center tally tops 900 amid the AI frenzy. So they're best known for kind of their data center hubs, but what they don't disclose is all of their smaller cloud resources, which are kind of invisible. They're very hard to find, but I guess an internal document was leaked, and it turns out they have a lot more than it was initially thought. And so, again, strain on the energy infrastructure and obviously meaning that is contributing to higher costs for consumers. So it'll be interesting if we find out that more companies are like this and that kind of hide really what they're doing. Well, good news for you. Morgan Stanley sees this U.S. stock pullback coming to an end, Deli. So he expects the S&P 500 to rally to 7,800 a year from now, which is the highest prediction among Wall Street firms. So there you go. And then we talk about copper a lot too, right? So UBS raised their copper outlook as mine disruptions deepen supply deficits, and we've been talking about this virtually all year. But they upgraded their price forecasts to 13,000 per ton. That's on the LME, and so that would probably equate to, I don't know, about $8 or $10 on COMEX. And they also raised their deficit forecast to 230 tons in 25, up 53 tons previously. So, and then they also raised their 2026 deficit to 407 tons. That's up 87 tons from before. So keep an eye on the copper market. We might not see that really rally till next year, but definitely I would be a dip buyer rather than a rally seller on that one, because you might get run over. And then we have Bitcoin funds head for the worst month, as 3.5 billion with B have been pulled so far in the market in November, which is almost the previous monthly record that we saw in February of 3.6 billion. A lot of this came from Bitcoin's fund IBIT, which accounts for 60% of BlackRock's assets. It registered a 2.2 billion in redemptions in November. So keep an eye on that one for sure. And then really quickly, double line, we talk about all this corporate debt that all these AI companies are issuing. So double line came out and said, be very wary of this corporate debt because you've got a very large new sector that's clearly unproven, and that could change the risk profile of investment grade credit quite substantially where it is today. So keep an eye on corporate grade credit. And then last but not least, you will love this one also, Permaball. Tom Lee sees Bitcoin as high as 200,000 by January's end.
200,000. I like listening to Tom Lee, but he's obviously trying to juice this thing up quite a bit here.
He's got a lot of ether.
Yeah. I mean, I'm long it. I mean, I hope to get 2% of that gain from it. But yeah, I mean, look this is a big day today, I think, because you hear about all the negative news. You hear about, and NASDAQ's down 10% off the highs. When I saw that, and I came in this morning, I was anchoring some VWAPs. I saw it on Friday as well. I'm like, are they going to give back this whole, not year? I mean, I don't think that would be the case. And I think time would go against us at that point. But, I mean, are they going to give back much more than that? And I started looking, and I looked at it, and I'm like, man, we're at a point now where if Friday's lows hold, I think that you are in that rally window. If Friday's lows don't hold, and listen to the Sunday night crew last night, man, I look around, and I'm like, do I even want to own some of my longer-term stocks? It's like, that's why I stepped in. And normally, like, again, I have not done a ton of equity index futures in a while. I'm long options. I'm long the futures. I'm long S&P, NASDAQ, and options. I kind of spread them out a little bit. It's a sizable position for me. I don't say that on here often, but I look at it and go, the risk is clear to me. If we hold Friday's lows, I think we just rally into the end of the year. The negative gamma I want you to talk about, because I want to go buy some NASDAQ options. I was buying them a week out, and I looked for like 4 weeks out. I'm like, man, these are stupid expensive. Yeah. I mean, it was a huge amount of capital I had to put up just to even get on, a few options. I was like, this is crazy. What's going on?
Well, there? December VIX is 21, and the NASDAQ vol is 29. So it's just a very elevated volatility environment, which is raising the cost of options. I think the negative gamma stuff is just like Tracy said, it's dealers hedging in the direction of the tape. So we have these exacerbated moves in both directions. And so, this is a crucial week. I mean, typically when you have the week after expiry, dealer positioning overall is its lowest for the month going forward, right? The options for the month kind of build throughout the month, and then it's the last week that kind of keeps us together. And then Jem Carson refers to it kind of as the window of potential weakness is open, right? It's the market can trade truer based on the various fundamental things that are going on. And so it's a crucial week. I mean, last week was NVIDIA, right? They reported earnings, blowout number. Massive intraday reversal, kind of shot across the bow. People were like, "Whoa, what happened here?" A lot of talk. Why did this happen? What was the catalyst? People are looking for explanations in hindsight, and typically when that happens, it's it's a scary moment, right? I can't really understand why the market intraday reversed 4%. And so I think this week will be a big deal for how does NVIDIA trade? How does the AI CapEx story trade? It's the only theme that's working. It's the only theme that's been working. I don't anticipate we're going to get a theme out of AI CapEx related names into laggard sectors into the end of the year here. Tax loss selling is still going to be a factor. And so it's a crucial week for NASDAQ. One thing NASDAQ has going for it is Google. Google's making all-time highs this morning.
Yep.
There's a lot of positive news about Google's new Gemini 3 feature over the weekend. And so, look, there's a chance that as Google gains market share from OpenAI, that's market cap back into Google. That's market cap from the private sector back into the NASDAQ, right? OpenAI's valuation is close to $1 trillion. If people start to worry that there's a valuation issue on OpenAI and Google's going to take share, well, that's actually good for the NASDAQ in some way. So
I agree.
So we'll see how Google making all-time highs. I think that's clearly supportive. But look, the administration was on the Sunday shows over the weekend talking about a recession in interest rate sensitive sectors of the economy, right? Housing, auto-related. And looking to try to get the Fed to take rates down. I agree. I think the Williams comments were interesting on Friday, but the Fed's not looking to do, they may cut, they'll probably wind up cutting in December. The odds are above 50%, but it's going to be a heavily divisive count. There'll be at least 2, maybe 3 dissents in either direction, depending if they hold or if they cut. And it's unlikely that we're going to get a dot plot that comes out at that meeting that's going to show significant rate cuts for next year. There's just too much uncertainty in the outlook as the Fed sees it right now with the lack of data. And so we may have one of those hawkish cuts, right, where the dot plot doesn't show a pace of rate cuts for 2026. That gives people confidence that the Fed is really serious about bringing down the cost of capital for the lower part of that K-shaped economy because the inflation's sticky. So, but yeah, look, this week's a NASDAQ week. NASDAQ needs to hold. It needs to set the trend for the rest of the year. We're not going to get a lot of, we're not going to get company data. We get some macro data this week, but
no Fed speakers.
No real Fed speak, and it's a holiday week, right? So volumes are a little bit thinner. We'll see how we move through the rest of the week here.
I think it'll be really interesting to see if we get more dissents this time in that meeting. As far as we had one dissent that kind of rattled people a little bit, and so it'll be interesting if we see more than one also on this next meeting if they do cut.
I think they're cutting. I don't know. Hard to see that they don't at this point. I mean, I know that, what is it, 60% now that they're going to cut? It was like 90, and then it went down to below 50. What is it, Jimmy?
At Delhi, the CME Fed Watch now is tracking 78% chance of a cut.
So 78%.
It's one of those things, though, where if the Doves win, let's say the Doves win and they cut, then the outlook is going to be for less cuts because that's how the Hawks will kind of get in line. That may be worse, right? That may be a situation where they wind up saying, okay, we'll give you this rate cut, but we're not going to do it in January. We're not that serious. We'll wait until Powell's out, right? And the dot plot would suggest maybe something that's a little bit less constructive. Whereas if they don't cut in December, the Doves basically force them to use the dot plot to show the rate cuts are coming. Everybody calm down. It's going to be okay. So it depends. I don't know. I think it's right now. That's why the odds are kind of 50-50, right now, determining how, things will go. And I think the lack of data makes it, difficult. They're not going to get a payroll release until after the meeting or CPI until after the meeting. So it's kind of like, they're kind of flying blind here a little bit on the data that they use to help make them rate decisions.
But this market is, what have you done for me lately? What's next? I mean, dot plots to me are like, who even cares anymore? I mean, so much changes between them. Have any of the dot plots really been, I wonder what the percentage of the dot plots have really been following, that they follow through with those. I mean, so again, I think for now, the December one, 78%, I think the market likes it. Again, it's what have you done for me lately? What are you doing for me next? I think this Google news is big. And I think technically, let's get to Jimmy, I think we're at this place. Again, for me, I think about a lot of that stuff, but it always comes down to I'm not really trading short that much, especially in a big bull primary trend. Earlier this year I did. I took a couple stabs after that. They were all losers. I'm like, you know what? The primary trend is up. We're late in the year. Are they going to give this whole thing back? I'm like, let this sell-off work its way through, and I look to get back into indexes, and that's what I've done. And I think, today is an important day because Friday's low, I think, is a really, when I look at the charts, is an area that it's got to hold below or above. We'll see what they do. Let's go to the tape, Jimmy. S&P 66.65 this morning, up $45. NASDAQ 24,545, up $239. Russell's up $10, which Russell started off weak again, and that's turned around. So now you're seeing all indexes working together. Shout out to Sarah Strat Sniper. She talked about this yesterday. If we start to see them all going together in a breakout above Friday's high, I mean, that's just what I see right now. Again, Dow's up 173, also started off with the week's start on Sunday night and now has come alive a little bit. Natural gas not doing much, 4.65 this morning, down 91 ticks. That's not much for that. It's still down 2%. But we've got crude oil up four ticks to 58.10. I was long. I had started a position in crude oil. I took a loss on it. I'm sitting back and waiting. We'll talk more about that later. I want to talk about like the Tavi tweet. Tavi Costa put something out. I know Josh Young quote tweeted it and like all the energy guys. You did, yeah. Well, you're here with us, but yeah. Gold down $4, 41.12 ish. Then you've got silver metal's quiet today, 49.88, and silver, platinum 15.43.5, up 20 today. Platinum's the one out of the silver or out of the metal space that's doing well. Bonds up 14 ticks on the Ultra Bond, 120.29. The ZB is up 9 ticks, so 117.16. So it's interesting. You got the long end up this morning. You got the short end down this morning. Talk to Jimmy and see what he thinks about that for the curve. You got 10-year yields coming at 4.04%. Chipping away back low at that 4%. Not bearish for equities, at least I don't think so. And everything against the dollar, kind of mixed. Yen is down a little bit against the dollar. Euro's up modestly against the dollar. Euro's at 115.58 this morning. And again, we've got Bitcoin sitting at 86,585. And you've got ETH. ETH is just struggling. I bought ETH. I continue to say I will hold an ETH position throughout the Trump administration. I will continue to kind of cost average that puppy in. I'm sitting underwater in ETH, but I think, again, I kind of look at what last week was. If Bitcoin and ETH can hold those lows, maybe they get lifted at the end of the year. Not as bullish them as I am the equity indexes, but I do think that crypto just maybe is stabilized for now. Jimmy, what'd you see in the tape?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of, today's going to be an interesting day. The volume is surprisingly strong from what I was expecting going into Thanksgiving weekend. And we do have, day traders are going to be looking at this RTH gaps that we have in the stock index futures on the downside. But I agree with you. I'm pretty optimistic. This week, historically, Monday through that half a day on Friday for the futures in equities is historically been bullish. Again, this is a unique year. Anything could happen. But we're trading right at that PAX pivot at 66.58, which we've traded through the last 6 days in a row in the E-mini S&P. But yeah, it's resilient. It's holding up right now. So we'll see if we continue our upward move in the stock index futures today anyway. I think, in my mind, and by the way, bonds are rolling over to the March contract right now. We're in December. Today, the volume's going to probably end the day close to 50-50. So when you look at the long end of the curve, you got to keep that in mind because there's an awful lot of volume exchanging hands, not just on the 30-year, but the whole entire duration for the Treasury futures are rolling right now. So a lot of volume happening there, a lot of price action. Spread was 12 last night. Right now, we're tracking about 13 on that spread right now between March and D. So we'll keep an eye on that. But again, it's a little bit. We're at the top end of that consolidation range, and I'll talk about it in the Edge report as well. So and then lastly, the Bitcoin. So Bitcoin's still looking really, really negative, really, really bearish. I'm looking at those earlier year lows around 76,000, 77,000 before I'm ready to hit that buy button. I'm in the IBIT, everybody, just so you know. shy. I'm getting my ass kicked, but I will kind of get some more in that portfolio if we get down there.
Yeah, I mean, again, I am looking at weakness. I like crashes in crypto to continue to buy. This Trump administration, crypto is not going away. I think it only gets accelerated throughout this administration's term. And so I might be in and out a little bit, just to lighten up at moments. Like I sold some of my stuff last week. Very little that I did very little selling. I did way more buying. You know, I bought ETH and I bought Bitcoin again, and I will continue to do that because we're in an administration that is very pro crypto. And when you see huge haircuts like that, I mean, I use those as buying opportunities. I don't use leverage. I don't use futures for this. That's why I'm able to hold those positions, right? And I buy small amounts. I mean, I'm buying small amounts as it goes down because, again, it's crypto. I mean, you never know where this thing is going to stop, and you don't want to be stuck holding a bag. So I'm looking at it and going, I'm just going to continue to buy. I think that this is just not going away. Also, I want to talk about energy again. Let's get back to that because the stage is getting set for next year for energy infrastructure to be what the theme is. You go back to AI. The fact that Gemini, this news comes out today, what this reeks to me is data centers, power. The competition is just beginning, in my opinion. We had the initial surge of what's happening with AI. Over time, it's going to be, you know, it's going to be a battle. I think it's picks and shovels now, right? I look at it like the AI gold, I think has kind of been, I wouldn't say played out, but we kind of know it's all been in NVIDIA. I wonder what starts to happen now from the power side. I don't know what you guys think about it, but I think that's what takes into play. And I don't know that theme holds the same kind of strength throughout the entire market, but I do think it's areas you start to look at.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're definitely going to have to look at midstream. Obviously, I think nuclear is going to be important, but realize that's on a longer term scale, right? And so natural gas is kind of the play right now. Also midstream and natural gas, meaning pipelines and storage, are going to need to be built out. We are already seeing plans for pipelines, and so I think that's a really good area to watch. You know, as far as that's concerned, as far as shale is concerned, as far as crude is concerned, you know, that's going to get a lift no matter what with the energy sector. And you have to realize there are countries in the Middle East that do use crude for power burn, and the U.S. companies are investing heavily in data centers in those countries.
Of course.
And so, you know, keep that in mind, even though we don't use crude for power burn. And also, I wrote a post this weekend saying most shale producers need 55 to cover their cash cost profile to continue to maintain free cash flows that investors are seeking. The WTI forward curve is suggesting that oil prices remain below 60 to 2028. So my thoughts are get ready in 2026 to hear from top shale companies saying they are going to cut drilling projects because they want to, you know, this is not, you know, the Wild West that it once was. We've already gone through booms and busts, and they are struggling to keep investors. And so they're going to do everything they can to maintain free cash flow and dividends and buybacks for their investors.
Yeah, we continue to pound the table. Energy is going to be a huge story next year, but we're not there yet, but it's building. You could see the signs out there. I'm not in that trade yet. I own some oil stocks, but it's like not really, you know, I'm not.
I own a lot of oil
Yeah,
stocks.
I know. Well, of course you do. But I think that, I definitely think that next year a theme is building. When I look at today, negative gamma, I talk about it from a technical perspective. What do I see? I see Friday's lows and Friday's highs being big on the charts. Because negative gamma, that environment is going to have market makers chasing higher or chasing lower. I really don't often look at the equity indexes chart and say, you know, kind of line in the sand type stuff. I'm not really built like that. I don't really look at, you know, big levels. I look at reactions to charts a lot. And I look at Friday and I look at what's happened so far. And I think that this is kind of where we're at.
Yeah, you have to think about just the various flows that are in the tape. We talk about the flows a lot, but
The flows.
you know, so on the positive side, share buybacks are back, right? So share buybacks are heavily tech focused. flows, and so that's a very big support now that NVIDIA, numbers are passed. But all the Mag 7, all the big cap tech is all buying back stock, and in a liquidity thin week, that's a big factor positive. On the other side, you have CTAs, mostly are for sale though, right? So that's a counter factor. So you'll have some negative flows coming out from CTAs. If vol starts to fall this week, you can get some resurgence of vol control buying back because they've been underweight. And so I think we have to think about all these various factors back and forth. Again, the week after expiry typically has some chop to it, as investors are kind of looking at the narratives and trying to understand, what do they want to do, and the zero data expiry or the option stuff doesn't pin the tape as much as it did. Like last week, we had those big strikes at 24,600 for that big covered call fund, and a variety of other metrics that were for Friday expiry. Those are all off the tape now. So we're going to have some people who are out today and tomorrow looking to roll for December hedges. And so again, you're right. A lot of back and forth, a lot of positives, a lot of negatives. But I think if we have defined risk in both directions. If we start to break down from the lows, the narrative will be it's over. NVIDIA was the top, right? We're worried about the profitability associated with the AI capex. There are concerns there. The rest of the economy is sluggish. The Fed's behind the curve. And if we break out, there's relief. It's going to be fine. The Google stuff's great, and this capex is coming, and the Fed is right on time. The administration's going to help bring down costs, and things are going to be good. So this is a big week for that narrative, and the back and forth on the flows, I think, is likely to keep us in a choppy range this week. Maybe we don't get that defined breakout until we get back after the holiday.
Yeah, again, I never hold any one level or one day as too much. It's just not like my style, but I do think today into this week is pretty important on the charts. I mean, from a technical perspective, if you're short, you don't want to start seeing us break out above Friday's high, because then it just opens the floodgates higher. A negative gamma the thing can run. And again, if we take out Friday's lows today, look, we're up right now, but let's face it, until we see RTH open, you don't know. We take out Friday's lows, it's like, man, again, I start looking at my long-term stuff and going, I kind of want to get out of some of this stuff. And so, again, you can't tell me that doesn't play into it. Again, holiday week, I don't care if it is a holiday week. It's going to be busy. A lot more to talk about. A lot of guests coming up, but we already chewed up enough of Jimmy's time. It's about that time, everybody, for this morning's Edge Report. Take it away, Jimmy.
All right, let's start with the E-mini S&P daily candle chart right now. And we can see the first thing that sticks out. All right, we have that secret sauce formula PAX quarterly pivot 66.58. We're just north of it right now. And that little, small candle so far. But we have these moving averages that are still sloping down, trying to kind of level out a little bit. We're still south of that 8 EMA, which kind of gives this whole idea still a little bit of a bearish disposition. I'd like to see it close above that 8 EMA right now. That's that gold line, and that's approximately 72.5 right now. So I'm going to keep my eye on that. It's kind of important. This is that this rectangle down here. This is old gap. We're pretty far south, but that's around 6,600 as well on the downside. So there's some downside targets in my mind here as well. But we have a little bit of encouragement right now with the move up so far, and decent volume today, as a matter of fact. MACD, forget about that. It hasn't really given us any really good signals yet. But let's go. And by the way, we're down about 1.07% on the quarter in the E-mini S&P. So we'll see if we get a positive quarterly number here. Intraday, we're above the intraday call resistance level at 60. It's really 66.50. That's that red line right there. We're trading north of that. We crossed above that VWAP, session VWAP back here at 7 to 7:30 candle. And now we're kind of like hitting a double top here. We're trying to break out to new highs right now. The London initial balance is kind of defining the top of the conversation right now, around 66.70. JAX 4 previous session's highs are right above that. And then that one-day max number here also, should we get a breakout to the upsides on my radar screen, it's just north of 6,700 at 67.02. So I'm going to keep my eye on that. It's right above that put support level as well. On the downside, well, remember, we have these RTH gaps that a lot of people like to look at here, and we'll get some edge full statistics later on in the day. But for the E-mini S&P, we're talking about 66.22 half. So if we get a little bit of volatility today, day traders love to target those gaps. That's right south of that Jack's 3 level as well. Daily pivot's a little bit lower at 66.11, and then below that Jack's 2 at 66 even. So there's some targets here for sure in the E-mini S&P. Let's just go ahead and oh, by the way, remember, bonds are rolling over here. So the 30-year Treasury bonds right now, if you look on the left-hand side of my screen, we have that March contract now trading at 192,000 contracts. We have the Dees contract at 263. You could trade either one of them right now. I'm going to focus on Dees until that number gets 50-50, and then I'm going to get over to onto the January contract. And then really quickly here, let's just take a look. And I'm in the November. Remember, it's a monthly contract. The November Bitcoin, real quick, daily. I'll give you a couple targets, and then we'll keep rolling here. April lows are in sight here. 76,000 to 77,000. Nice downward trend channel. No buyers to be found. We have a little bit of a buyer's wick on Friday that brought us back up here, but we're still definitely in negative territory. Intraday, really quick, that one-day max is at 88,500, and that's right here, that gold line should we get a move, but we're above that session. We're below the session VWAP right now. Again, not looking like a great start for the Bitcoin. And then really we have some really good downside targets. Put support 85,000, Jax 1 84,000, Jax 4 83,000, and that one-day min is all the way down here at 80,700. That is this morning's Edge Report. Back to you, Deli and Shai.
Thank you, Jimmy. Shai, preview of our guests.
All right, we have Lauren Urbanczyk. I hope I did not butcher that, Lauren. I'm sorry. She is a principal and broker at Texas Hedge Risk Management. So she's been in the agribusiness in risk management for a very long time, and she specializes in futures, options, OTC contracts, cash sales, calendar spreads, and crop insurance for her clients in the ag world. So we haven't talked about ags in a while, and now we get the opportunity to do so, find out what's going on in ags, what's going on in meats.
All right, let's bring in Lauren.
Hello.
Good morning, Lauren.
Nice to be here. Good morning.
Great to have you here on this Monday morning. Equity indexes are kind of the hot topic this morning for us as markets are moving quite a bit. But what's going on in your world? What are you seeing coming out at you today?
Yeah, so grains, in my opinion, are going to be fairly quiet. We usually have, so our harvest contract for corn is the December contract. So it's a big contract. We usually have option expiration on the day after Thanksgiving and then first notice day for that December contract on the first week of December. But with Thanksgiving being late this year, we had option expiration on Friday, and then we have first notice day on Black Friday, the day after Thanksgiving. So I think we're going to be in fairly quiet, choppy holiday mode here in grains this week as we're just kind of rolling out of that Dees contract. Could get some movement because it's a holiday week, but don't really expect much. I think all eyes are going to be on cattle. It's been, hugely volatile market this year, and then Tyson dropped the bomb Friday afternoon that they're closing a packing plant in Lexington, Nebraska. So that's huge news for the market. Should be a surprise. Don't think that was priced in. We've had tariff news that may or may not be priced in, but I think the packing plant closing in Nebraska is going to be a huge deal. So should be pretty weak. Expect some weakness on the open, and we'll see what kind of weakness or trade price action follows through there.
I want to talk about the price of grains that you see in the markets versus the actual prices that people pay, because I think this is a big disconnect, right? When we see what prices are in the futures markets, it's not always reflective of what we're seeing in mainstream markets.
Cash market.
Yeah, we have
and
cash
so
markets.
Talk to us about that.
We have your basis, which is the difference between cash versus futures. So, corn is going to flow to the demand, and that basis is the cost to get it to demand. So where I live is in the Texas Panhandle. We have a lot of cattle in this area. So we have a lot of feed yards, dairies, cattle on feed. So we're in a corn deficit area. We cannot grow enough corn to feed and meet all of the demand in this area. So we have what would be known as a positive basis. So when farmers are selling their corn and bringing it to the elevator or to the end user, it's going to be priced above the board, maybe 10 cents above the board, 50 cents above the board, is kind of how we look at that. So there's going to be people that are trading futures. There's going to be people that are trading basis specifically. So they're hedging their risk with futures, but they're trying to buy corn at 10 over and sell it at 50 over. Those kind of traders. There's cash traders and then futures traders, and then there's people doing both. But as a farmer, you ultimately have a cash price that you're looking for. So you have a futures consideration of when to potentially sell the board, and then you have a cash consideration of when to price that basis, and it's not always at the same time. So two components that go into the cash price. If you're in an area like the Midwest where they have plenty of demand, but their supply outpaces their demand, then they're talking about selling corn under the board. So it's a negative basis. So they may be selling corn at 10 under, 50 under, things like that. And a lot of that cash price goes into, the basis will go into regional supply and demand. It'll go into the export market. The export market is moving. We can see the whole country get an elevated basis. If the export market is dead, you're really relying on that regional demand, so you can see that basis soften. We also we grow a lot of sorghum here where I'm at. So sorghum is it's based off the corn contract, but it's a different basis. So where corn may be 10 over, sorghum may be 50 under, things like that. So to get into that price fluctuation of what is value for that cash contract, and then all of this goes into feed rations. So, if you can getting into basis trading goes pretty deep, but if we can we're in the business of feeding cattle. And so if we can feed wheat for 110% of the price of corn, well, then we'll do that, and that'll show up in a basis where corn basis will get weaker, wheat basis may stay flat, and that demand moves over to wheat. Whereas, we'll see a move on feed rations going to sorghum. If that basis, if we have sorghum is a highly exported commodity. So if that export market dries up like it has this year with Trump, we can see that basis get really weak, and then that feeds into more feed rations, which then affects the basis for corn because the demand has changed. So it's something that changes day to day. There's lots of traders that are trading specifically basis, and they may be doing that to fit an objective of a feed ration, of meeting their needs for the cattle, hogs, whatever they may be buying for. And then on the other side, there's merchandisers that are merchandising that basis to fit the needs of their customers.
And then going back to the meat market, because you talked about, I saw that Tyson article, I was going to ask you about it. What does this mean? We know we have dwindling herds in the U.S. We just had Trump wanted to lower cattle prices, and so he removed tariffs from Argentina on cattle. But what does this mean for the ranchers? We're about $48 off the highs already, since he made that announcement in live cattle futures anyway.
Yeah, so it's negative because cattle are a perishable commodity. We can't store them like we can corn, wheat. Grains can be stored for a very long time and still maintain pretty good quality, whereas cattle, they reach a point where they've gained all the weight that they can, and it's time for them to go to market. So they maybe can be pushed back a week or two, but there just comes a point in time where, one, it's not cost effective to continue to feed them and put weight on them because the value of that additional pound is not cost effective for what it costs to get that additional pound. Also, they're animals, and they just reach that terminal endpoint. So now we had a cattle on feed report on Friday, which still showed numbers are fairly tight, but we've got these cattle that need to be sold every single week, and we're constantly selling cattle, replacing them. it's kind of a revolving door. So now you've got one less buyer for your product because they're closing that packing plant. They're closing it at mid-January, but they put out the announcement on Friday. So it's going to be bearish because you're trying to sell a product. One of your buyers is out of the market. And so now that capacity has to be split to the other packing plants. And so it just makes your product less competitive because now maybe it's Cargill, there's Tyson, Cargill, JBS. So they know that they don't have to pay up for that cash price, that cash product, because well, you've got to sell it. It's got to come to market. And so the industry we talk a lot about leverage, not necessarily financial leverage, which is an important consideration of the industry, but leverage among the value chain. You've got the ranchers, you've got the cattle feeders, and then you've got the packers. So, who has the leverage and the ability to negotiate that cash contract? Is that cash price going to be above the board or below the board? And these are things that change all the time. So, if the leverage is in the hand of the packers, we might see that basis below the board where the cash price is lower than the board price. Right now, we've seen a strong basis because cattle numbers are lower. And so the packers are having to pay up to secure their needs and their cash needs. So they're having to pay above the board prices to get that cattle bought. So those are things that fluctuate all the time in the market. But since that announcement on Friday, it's going to be bearish for the cattle feeder because they've got an inventory that has to move. And now there's there is one less buyer in the market to buy their product.
We only have a few minutes left. I want to ask you the simple question of the future of food prices. If we keep talking about inflation, we're wondering if that's going to, rear its head again for next year. You have a good scope into, obviously, cattle, grains. What's the future look like for food inflation?
Well, it seems like, inflation's not going away. And I think the consumer wants to be able to buy things for what we were able to buy them for in 2019 or 2021, not 2025 prices. And we're not ever going to get back. We may get back to those levels, but it seems unrealistic to think we're going to buy any sort of asset for the same price we did in 2019. Food has become a bargaining chip for the politicians, whether we like it or not. It's a talking point. It's used for leverage. It's used as a bargaining chip. So we're seeing policy that is heavily influencing low food prices. How do we get there? I don't know, but I think that's going to be talked about a lot. Like cattle, price got high. I won't say too high is up for debate, but price got high for multiple reasons. And now we're seeing that being used as leverage, and we're seeing policy come in to affect that pricing. Whether it's right or wrong, you can argue all the time. I think most people would desire for the government to stay out of pricing and out of commodity markets and let the market fluctuate and do its job. But I think, at least in this current administration and probably from now on, it's a bargaining chip, and we're going to see when prices get out of whack, we're going to see policy continue to come in there to get food prices down because that's, it's their bargaining chip. The ag industry has done a very good job of using innovation to produce more with less and to keep those prices down. I mean, if you look at grain prices, cattle prices, et cetera, adjusted for inflation, it's in a downtrend. So I think we'll see the market's going to give us fluctuations from time to time. Would ideally like to see the market do its job and be able to work freely, but I think we're going to continue to see policy interrupt those fluctuations in the market to continue to keep prices lower.
Lauren, it's been a pleasure meeting you. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Yeah, this was fun.
Everyone, follow Lauren. Follow Lauren on socials. We will put those in the chat. How could you not have a show on cattle and grain prices in the week of Thanksgiving? So, Lauren, we really appreciate you being here.
We're going to have beef on our table this week, and I think you're going to want to watch the cattle open at 8:30, trade till 1 o'clock, and I think it's going to be a very volatile day with that news coming out after the close on Friday.
Happy Thanksgiving, Lauren.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Shai, final thoughts of the morning before we head into the trading day.
We kind of talked about a lot already. We have kind of our defined range, right? If we start to break above Friday's high, we're probably good to go. If we start to break below the low, then we probably see more downside. So at least we know where we're at, or we could just have an inside day, which would be really annoying.
We'll see, though.
But you know where everything is, even though it's still 500 points to break the low. But we will just be nimble and keep your stops tight.
Yeah, I'm already getting my charts ready for farm, and I think it's going to be a busy week, even though it's a shortened week. Shai, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, let's bring in farm. Fresh from Sunday night, right into Monday morning. Fresh as a daisy, as they say. What's up, big guy?
Good morning, Deli. Good morning, Chad. How are we doing?
Doing good. Caught your segment yesterday on Sunday night. I'm right with you guys. I was watching it, and I'm thinking to myself, coming into this week, it's setting the stage for the window of opportunity for the Bulls to take it back into the end of the year, or this is something bigger. And, I'm never really a line in the sand type of guy. I'm not somebody who looks at, this one level is the level. I don't really look at one day as the day anyway, because anytime I do that, it ends up being the next day. Well, I'm going, it's just, I kind of was wrong about that. Or this is the greatest CPI, the most important CPI and Fed meeting of our lives. But I look at today and into this week and go, it is a tone setter. You've got rollover coming up as well. We've not talked much about that. You look at what's happened. You had a 10% move lower in NASDAQ. Leo was talking about that last night. And I looked at the charts and I said, things are now oversold enough. I saw some anchored VWAPs I had from a while back that they're all starting to respect again. Interesting, could be a really interesting week for us, what we would consider maybe a typically slow week. Could be a busy one.
Yeah, I agree. Definitely big spot that we talked about. And in terms of how busy it could be, look at today's 0-day gamma profile is negative. The book could be thin if participation is light. This week, volatility has been high. So if it continues to be high and we, get some downside, moves could be violent. If it starts to get crushed and you get that supportive come in to within book, you could get big move to the upside. So I think it actually has potential to be a fun week. I kind of hate this inside gap up so far, but I agree. This is a very, very, very important spot. And I said last night, without rehashing too much, that I kind of lean towards, sellers either need to come in. This inside gap up to a seller, and we're in a downtrend, right? An inside gap up on a downtrend looks to a seller like the pizza buffet looks to me. What are you doing? You just dive in there and have at it, right? So if they don't show up, then I feel like you've gotten a little bit of a message of what their intent or lack of intent is this week.
Yeah, let's go to the charts. I'm already plotting something right here, and so this is something that I was looking at. And so I anchored a VWAP, and I like to anchor VWAPs from previous lows or highs that I think are key lows and highs. And I go back to, remember when you and I were on the show, and it's really small, the VWAP right now, but bear with me. Remember when we had that 2-day sell-off? That's all they were back then, right? And when the market got oversold, if you go back into August, okay? I don't know if you remember that. It was the last day of July into August. You and I talked about it. We're well, that's it. 2-day sell-off. We were kind of laughing about it. And that was a key low. And I anchored a VWAP to where we are now in the NASDAQ, and it comes in at Friday's high. And so when I saw that, I'm okay. Also I think, I look at PAX's quarterly pivots too as big key areas. I like to see what they're doing relative to my stuff. So I like to have layered stuff, and it comes in also right near Friday's high. And I don't have any moving averages there, but those two things, I look at that and say, you know what? And we were oversold again. Friday's high is big because if we push above it, man, I mean, the next level I have on my work comes in at 25,395. So I did what I do. I mean, I stepped in and I started buying some NASDAQ a little bit below the VWAP. I actually bought options a week out. And I was telling Craig this morning, I bought a week out and I actually bought a few weeks out. They were stupid expensive. I mean, I paid like for a weekly option this week, it was December 1st, because I bought a few different strikes. Bought 24,000. I think I paid 470. I paid like 300 and something bucks for a freaking one lot. I'm like, okay, you know, I'm putting out a lot of capital here for this position, but and I bought futures as well. And I look at it and I go, I have a really wide stop, but I think I'll know today if we can stay above yesterday's low and we get above here in a negative gamma, boy, I think this rally could be big. I mean, again, not off. I have not done much in the indexes at all over the last several months. And as a swing trader, I look for scenarios like this where I have multiple things lining up. I see an area where I just look at this as a big gap area where if it gets back above Friday's high, I have nothing all the way up to 25,000, basically 243 up to 25,395. I mean, I have the short 8-day moving average, which could be some resistance. But on my stuff, a daily close back above 24,658 puts 25,395 in play. And so, again, we'll see how this day plays out. But above here in NASDAQ, boy, I just have nothing to stop it from rallying significantly. Now, the flip side is we fail here. I mean, the only thing I even see is the recent lows. I think it's 23,000. I mean, it's like, again, I'm not line in the sand type guy, but today into the next couple of days is pretty important. Do we either get back into this window of opportunity for the bulls to take us right back up, as I said in my note, or do we fail and this thing is really going to start looking different on paper? Because when I start to see a low like Friday's get taken out and we now struggle to fail to hold like anchored VWAPs I have and things that I look at, not good. And so I think they really have to defend today. S&P similar as well. I'm way more long the NASDAQ than I am the S&P. I have a very small S&P position on right now. I look at S&P, and it's funny, again, I look at Pax's quarterly pivot just as confirmation for me. My level comes in at the exact same price. I heard you guys even talk about it as well. So a lot of people I like and respect have a level right there. So I know if we start holding above 66.60, my next area of resistance comes in way up there. I mean, I have nothing up to 67.89. That's my next area of resistance. 67.63 to 67.89. And so, again, you get above Friday's high, and it's like they just keep going. And I use the RSI as a tool to understand market environment. We were oversold the past several sessions. I wait until we come out of oversold and we get above support, which is right where we are right now. And if that happens, I think it accelerates the move. I think you have that little bit of a pullback that everyone was looking for in equities. And now, a day like today, it's Monday, negative gamma. I think Friday's highs are key for multiple reasons I've said. If we start to get above them, I see a trend day going higher. Now, if we stay below Friday's high and we do have somewhat of an inside day, then I think it's a chop fest. And for me, I'll just stay long and wait and see. But a violation of Friday's low, I don't want to hold anything, is the way I look at it. And all of a sudden, we start going lower. And I think it could be significant into next week. So, again, not line in the sand type guy, but I think today is going to be a busy day. Let's see what you've got.
Yeah, I agree. And I started with just a NASDAQ daily, which I always like to keep super, super simple and look at ranges, right? So you basically have the range, which is effectively the October 10th candle that we traded, basically 24,380s to 25,380s called it, right? And we had chopped in there for quite some time. And if you look left, like I easily could have boxed out this range here, right? You talked about heading down to 23,000 if this thing fails. And that's exactly what I see as well. So we tested that range, ETH lower wick, tested a little deeper than RTH did. And there wasn't a whole lot of interest there. Now, were sellers just done for the week, on a Friday and things were a little bit oversold and they're looking to come back in today? I mean, we'll find out. Or was that it, right? Because if you're a buyer, you're looking down at this. And if you were in from here, you're like, hey, look, I get to reload. This just kind of held. Looks like maybe we're reclaiming this range. And that's actually where the overnight low is right now. And so, I agree. I mean, as long as this broadly holds, you have that opportunity to work all the way back up to that top 25 380s. Certainly from a price action standpoint, sustaining above Friday's high on both these indices has potential for Thursday's open and Thursday's high. There is a lot sort of in this range on NASDAQ. Obviously, you got the high volume node from last week that, still has not been worked through. That can potentially be problematic. You've got prior weekly lows, just kind of a lot of information there. And so I'm definitely wary of potentially coming up above Friday's high and then failing back into range. It is interesting to note, and this is just a minor nuance, right? We gapped up at 6 p.m. NASDAQ did not actually even make it down to the 5 p.m. Friday close. And like normally I would see that as a potential sign of weakness, but at the same time, this is really just traded sideways. We need to see this cash open to see what happens. So to me, I mean, if we're offering, I'll call it 400 basically, if you want to make it easy on the NAS, then I see relatively clean 100 handle rotations here down to just under 300, like 279 to 300. And we can start working back down in the range. I'm actually, even if I am trading NASDAQ, which I might be today, I'm going to be watching ES. And the one big thing I want to watch on ES is, zoom in just a little bit. We had this pullback low here, right, which I think was 1 o'clock, 1:15 Eastern, that ended up leaving single prints behind on the profile. So it makes it a very, very clear, to me, line in the sand to work against if we get some volatility at the open, because obviously we're going to need to see what the cash open does. But if we come down here and all we do is just hold kind of these singles and leave this lower distribution from Friday trapped, anyone short down there trapped, and we hold, I see this as constructive consolidation up here above those singles. And while I would have preferred to be bullish, I would have preferred to maybe consolidate like to the downside first overnight to get long. I still think this is fine. I mean, NASDAQ is gapping value higher, I think, overnight relative to Friday. Obviously, ES is constructive as well. So to me, it's going to be all about that's 65.96 to 6,600. There are a few spots, sure, that could stick save it before Friday's low. But really, to me, that's going to be the line in the sand. And I feel like if ES is losing that spot, you'll probably see some weakness in NQ as well. I mean, again, with the negative gamma environment, if there's a lot of puts being bought and a lot of selling from dealers at the same time that we're losing key technical spots, I think it's all going to find some weakness. So to me, like, again, I kind of hate this inside gap up. I would have loved to trade those 100 handle rotations on NQ inside, a little bit lower inside Friday's range. Outside of, those rotations that I mentioned, again, like if we fail to sustain above Friday's high, it's going to be problematic. RTY did that like right at the open. And it still has not gotten back up there. I mean, bonds are reasonably well bid. The dollar is reasonably offered. RTY should be, happy about this. Maybe it's like sending a clue that it couldn't sustain above its Friday highs. I don't know. So, while, mini rocket emojis can be fired off on this rally and overnight, the big gap up, let's wait and see. Because again, like, I mean, if you can't get it up for this as a seller, an inside gap up in a downtrend, like, what are you doing? So we're going to find out today. And I do feel like it kind of needs to be today, like maybe tomorrow, I guess. But sellers need to come in here and definitively stuff this back down into the lower distribution from Friday and make a run for Friday's low and make it a big, nasty 3-bar down. You can see that ES on this just same kind of range really didn't make it a whole lot further. Look at the ETH low from October. I mean, like barely a wick below. And so, bulls have had their shot. This is held. It's been tested. It's time for them to lift it. And if they can't, it's definitely problematic. We have some supply on NQ. Just a lot of buying went in those 24.5s, 24.6s. And now we're holding kind of below that. So, if those prior buyers decide like, you know what, for the holidays, I'm just going to go ahead and puke my brains out and just be done with it for the year, then it could get violent. So big day, like you said. The last thing you want to see if you're a bull is a big, nasty 3-bar down into this range on NQ or ES. But I tend to agree, if sellers cannot get it done I'm going to be looking to press against them and get long and just look for some kind of choppy grind float up for the rest of the year.
I mean, I think you said it perfectly. And, you know, today is a day I really think that the NASDAQ is the one that has to lead us higher. I know a lot of people trade the NASDAQ, watching the S&P, watching what's happening across the indexes. The NASDAQ is down 10% off the high. You've got Google making new all-time highs. You've got an opportunity for the NASDAQ to take everyone back up into, I think, this window of opportunity for the bulls. If they don't lead it and like come out and just do it, I think it's going to be a very choppy day. And I think it's going to be a big fight throughout the day. And again, if they take out Friday's low, I can't say this enough, I'm long. So I hope that they keep going up. I'm long NASDAQ. Not often am I in a full position in NASDAQ in a swing position. It's an expensive position for me. And so I'm hoping that the bulls obviously work through it. But I look at it and go, it's risk defined. If it does happen, I think the move is substantial. I wouldn't fade it. But if we stay inside Friday's range, I just think it's going to be choppy, man. I think this thing is going to be whipping around. Even though it's negative gamma, it could be a trend day down if we stay below Friday's high towards the low. But until it takes out Friday's lows, I look at it and go, you have to expect it's just going to be choppy, and I'll hold the line, as they say, and stay long until I see otherwise, because I think the potential is big from here either way. What does get interesting, though, again, holiday week, we're starting to get ready for rollover. Big moves are coming. I don't think volatility is going away. Farm, great having you here this morning. Always love watching you on Sunday night. Have a great rest of the week, my brother. I'm out after today, so happy Thanksgiving.
Yeah, you too. We'll see you next week.
See you next week. All right, next up, we have a special guest for you today. Everyone's waiting for Tanja, and I know it is going to be Tanja on here trading the open soon. But before that, we had something called the NinjaTrader Arena Cup, didn't we? Yeah, I think we did, right? Didn't we give away $400,000 in cash prizes? Yeah, I think we did, right? And then what happened? Then we had 3 qualifiers where you had to go and you had to qualify to get to the championship, where we gave away $250,000, and $100,000 went to one winner. Well, that one winner is with us. Let's bring in Jeff, the winner of the Arena Cup. Jeff, good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Anthony. Pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, I had a chance to speak with you last week. I mean, really nice guy, quiet, sitting back, just trading the markets. Tell us a little bit about yourself, as much as you'd like to share with us, and what the overall experience was like with you trading in the NinjaTrader Arena Cup and winning it.
I've been trading for about 26 years, so I am experienced. I'm just not like a pro or anything. I started out like working at a startup company, and I had stock options out of college. That's what got me into it. So I've been looking at the markets for a long time. The competition was just exciting, exhilarating. I tried to stick to my strengths, which was more like medium to long-term swing trading. I'm not really good at like short-term day trading style trading. So I tried to wait and be patient during that day. I'm talking about the day of the championship, and it turned out, to be a really good result. And I appreciate NinjaTrader for having me at the competition.
Talk to us about what you did that day, because we talk about competitions. They're different than what people are going to do in their day-to-day trading. But when you get into a competition, it's one day and everyone's racing to the finish. And we made it difficult. That's the one thing. This was not easy. We didn't have it where people can come in and just be gunslingers and just go all in NASDAQ or S&P if maybe it was a really busy day. You really had to pick and choose your markets, and you really had to pick and choose your spots. Take us through a little bit into the mind of Jeff on competition day.
Well, I was watching the markets pretty closely for the week or 2 weeks before the event. And so I noticed that I thought there was going to be a correction in the NASDAQ, and I noticed gold started following the NASDAQ pretty much like the week before, which I thought wasn't really normal. So I just played gold and NASDAQ the same on that day. And since I thought there would be a correction, when it was going up, I patiently just sit out and let it happen while I shorted NASDAQ and some of the other indexes. I waited patiently. I thought I wasn't going to win at all for a while. And then I just, I had a break in the midday where the market just tanked all of a sudden. And then I got in at a good spot where I thought it was going to recover a little bit. So I sold, I bought and I went long. And then I knew a lot of people that were in the competition probably didn't do what I did. And the people that were in the high, first three positions, um, probably got there by luck or being patient like me. And they weren't going to be good, like short-term traders trading the ups and downs, like minute by minute. So I tried to change my style and trade like a little bit more short term because I thought that my opponents that were like at my level in the leaderboard wouldn't be doing that. So it worked out.
Yeah, yes, it did. We only have you for a few minutes left, but I want to get into your strategy just a little bit, right? What are some of the key indicators that you look at? And talk to us a little bit about your style and strategy.
Um, I think my style and strategy is very, very intuitive and very instinctive. I don't um, I think I do trade technicals. Like I wasn't watching the news or listening to the news at all during that day of the championship. So I was just looking at the charts. And as I said, my strategy is being patient and having confidence in what I think the market's going to do that day. I try to ignore the ups and downs that happen minute by minute because I really suck at playing that. So and I look for, in my mentality, I look for resistances and support levels, but I'm not too technical about it. I go off of instinct a lot. And I know that's not like a professional trader and what you're used to hearing, but it worked for me that day. And as with everything in life, there's, luck came into play as well. So I really appreciate it. I feel blessed to have won. I'm using that money for good things. I was actually in quite a bit of debt. I have two master's degrees and a bachelor's degree, which means that I have a lot of student loans and haven't yet paid them all off yet, even with this winning. But I mean, it's really a life changer because I was really, in the hole for quite a bit of money. So.
That's awesome, Jeff. And you know what? One thing you mentioned that I'm going to say you're wrong at is that a lot of traders do use instincts. They will use intuition. Over the years for me, I've been doing this a long time myself, and I rely a lot on my intuition. And what you've built up over the years, Jeff, those are experiences that you've harnessed in, taken those experiences in, and then when markets start to move, you've taken those experiences and you use those as edges. Understanding market environments. You've seen things in the past before. You've seen how markets reacted in certain situations before. Take that intuition in, Jeff, and obviously you were successful at the competition, and I expect that you're going to continue to have success in your regular trading. One of the questions I was going to ask you was what you were going to do, anything special with the money. Obviously, it's to pay off debt, but are you going to treat yourself to anything? Are you going to get yourself anything fun?
Yeah, I'm big into technology. I'm a software engineer by trade, so I'm gonna buy like a new computer with a bunch of NVIDIA GPUs in it, and just like start experimenting, and maybe I'll come up with an idea for like a company or something, and maybe maybe I can. I'm not gonna quit my job, but maybe I'll have a good idea and start working on some project of mine.
That's awesome, Jeff. I can't thank you enough for taking time out of your busy schedule to come and chat with us. Really just such a great guy you are. I mean, like I said, I had a chance to meet with you last week, and you really have the temperament for a trader. Cool, calm, collected, and again, thank you so much for participating in the NinjaTrader Arena Cup, and I'm glad someone like you was the winner. And I wish you all the best, my friend. And I told you before, off air, and I'll say it again on air, if you ever need me for anything, hit me up. You got my email. Again, really appreciate you being with us today.
Yeah, no problem. I'd just like to say happy Thanksgiving to everyone. And thank you to all the NinjaTrader team and all the traders out there. Good luck, everyone, and love you all.
See you, Jeff. How great was that? I got to tell you, just what a great guy. I mean, I had a chance to meet with him last week, but you could see it when you look at people, right? I've been around a lot of traders over the years. I've seen some massively successful traders, and there's one thing that's in common with all of them. Cool, calm, and collected, man. Able to make decisions in the moment that other people get too caught up in the moment and they miss their opportunities. Jeff was able to take a moment, years of experience, an Arena Cup competition, slow things down, and win. And, traders, when you think about this on just such a larger scale, and for you in your careers, look at what the experience did for him. Look at what him coming in and finally getting a chance to seize an opportunity to get a big payday. I've said many times on social media, I've been blessed in this business to have really unbelievable moments. I was not somebody who came in and made a bunch of money early on. I was not somebody who made money every week and every month of my career. But I've had some amazing moments because experience took me to a point where all of a sudden I seized the moment. And I've done that not only in trading and in other things. And so if anything we learned from Jeff is, again, time, experience, seize the moment. Jeff, congratulations. Really just so happy for you. And I'm so excited for what we've done with the NinjaTrader Arena Cup, and look for more things to come with us on that. Now, next up, it's Monday. Speaking of cool, calm, and collected, it's time to trade the open with Tanja Trades. What up?
What up, Deli? Happy Monday.
Happy Monday. Did you catch that segment with Jeff? That was cool, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, oh my gosh, what a cool guy. I mean, congrats, huge congrats. What a awesome I don't know, what an awesome way to end the Arena Cup with a bang,
I mean, Tanya, he grinded. He's been doing this for 20-something years. He stayed, in business. He's working. He stayed as a trader, making money, life experience, trading experience. All of a sudden, he gets a chance in a competition. He looks around. He slows things down, and bang, he gets a chance to win, and he wins $100,000. I mean, I just love the story so much. I think, yeah, I mean, it's really, you look at it and what this could do for him and his level of confidence and so many things going forward is awesome.
I know, right? It's just so inspiring to see that. He said that he was working for a startup, he still got some student loans going on, and just like that, you can turn your life around. That's why you just keep going, because you never know what opportunities you're gonna stumble upon, like the Arena Cup or other things. You just never know. There's always something out there for you to just completely turn around your life and or just really increase the quality of your life.
That's right. Hey, Kane knows I say this. Kane's right now he's in the Maldives. Maldives. I know people correct me when I say things, but who knows whatever the answer is. But he's out there, he's chilling, and I say to him all the time, the advice I've given him is stay in the game, man. Stay in the game. If you stay in the game long enough, good things can happen. Everybody sees all of the riches made on the highlight reels and what we call X and social media, but they don't see what it took for them to get to that point. That's the real congratulations. Is for you stayed in the game long enough to reach that opportunity. And so seeing what Jeff did and many others, to me, that grind, that effort is cool. But again, we got to get onto a trading day, Tanya. Going to be a busy day for you, hopefully, on a Monday. We'll see. I'm going to leave you early and hand the charts off right over to you because we chewed
Great.
up a little bit of your time. I want you to get everyone prepared for the trading day. I just want to say to chat, everybody hit like and subscribe. Because of you, we're able to bring you Arena Cups. We're able to bring all these different things to you here through NinjaTrader Live and through NinjaTrader. So hit like and subscribe. Never miss an episode, especially on Mondays with Tanja. Tanja, I hand it off to you. Have a wonderful Thanksgiving. I will see you next week.
You too. Bye. All right, everybody. Happy Monday. Would you guys vote? Vote in the chat. You bearish, bullish, or neutral? Let me know. You know, we hit some sell side previous monthly low on Friday. Okay. And yeah, and from since then we've retracted. I have this humongous 1 hour marked out for NASDAQ and ES because I just simply took out the fib. And we have an hourly, huge hourly, FEG, because what was it, Thursday? We moved down, 1,300 points? So we moved down 1,300 points, so this huge hourly is like 500 points. Yeah, 500 points. But point is in the premium point of the range. And I kind of want to see, ES already came back into it. Kind of is hanging out in the lower end of it. Want to see marked up previous daily high. Are we gonna sweep this and then retrace? Or are we gonna start digging into here? I am personally pretty short-term bearish still. But I'm aware that could take a while, especially with the holidays. So Monday, actually, we don't have any high impact news or anything like that today. We got PPI tomorrow. From what I've seen, Shy Girl said that they will not release numbers for the October CPI or NFP. Correct me if I'm wrong on that, but so they're gonna have to make a December rate decision. What, based on like September numbers, I guess? Yeah, yeah, she did tweet that out. Yeah, the October BLS NFP report and CPI will not be reported. Well, it's because government was shut down and they definitely were not collecting data. That's what they were saying, at least. So the November reports will be released on December 16th and 18th, respectively, after the December FOMC meeting. So basically, they're making that meeting on rates based on September reports. So yeah, we had a previous monthly low. I'm looking to see if we come back into 50% of the range, and then are we gonna continue lower? The 4 hour, I personally actually bought some long-term puts. Well, not depending on what you mean by long-term, but in case we do end up going down before Christmas, catching maybe an overnight move here or there or something like that. But I would probably cancel it if we break and close above a 4 hour swing high. So that's why this is kind of important to me, this previous daily high and how we're going to react to there, especially on the 4 hour. Yeah. Let me know in the chat what your biases. So I'm basically pretty bearish, but I understand it could take a while, or it can be a sloppy way down. Because if you look at Thursday, I mean, what do? We came all the way back up into that NWOG before dropping down again. A lot of people thought that we were going to take out this buy side up here. Actually, I was positioned for it on Thursday. I actually made money long during my stream on Thursday, which is hilarious. I saw that we were really just stalling here, and I took partials and I ended up putting my stop in profit. And that was crazy because then we dropped like a rock. Remember on here when I said couldn't figure that out? I was like, what do people say? Drop like a shoe, drop like a sock. Who is there? You guys helped teach me. It's drop like a rock. Yeah, let's see the chat. What's going on? Gotta be prepped today, you know. I'm gonna be writing my notes pad in a minute. Let's see, people. It's 59% bullish. Oh boy. Either we really just moon at the open, rocket at the open, like we do sometimes on Mondays, as people have seen, or, you know, if it's a fake out, well, we'll see. But that's quite overwhelmingly bullish at the moment. 59%. 661 votes are in. Bearish, 19. And neutral / sideways is 22%. One of the other shoe drops is another saying, but its meaning is different. Thank you, fractal firm. We got a C. Is a J pronounced like a Y? Yeah. You need a like a lot button for Tanya. You guys are funny. Good morning, Salma. Whisper Era says, I've been trying so hard to win the arena, but at the end of the moment, I failed. I've continued to practice hard. That's the mentality you gotta have, you know? You just gotta keep going. No one really wins everything on their first try. Look at the winner. He's been trading, he's been in the business for like what you said, 20 years? You know, think about it. It takes like 4 years to earn a bachelor's, takes another 2 years for a master's, takes 4 to 6 years for a PhD. You gotta give yourself time because you're gaining experience, and then from that experience, you're building your intuition. Just be patient with yourself and give yourself a chance. All right. Yeah, so I like the previous daily high as a level. We do have that new NWOG here. You know, it's a tough way to look at things, but yeah, I'll mark at the NWOG as well, which is just where we gapped up, the gap basically. We closed here on Friday and we opened here on Sunday. See if I'm. That's the thing, is that we did bounce on that NWOG overnight. We didn't completely fill it for NASDAQ, but we did for ES. Closed here, we opened here for ES. Just gotta stay in the game. And we got a previous daily low. It's always possible to get there. And I want to look at the ATRs, of course. PDL. That means previous day low. So, well, most of you guys are bullish. I mean, sometimes that's a good thing for me if I'm bearish. Sometimes it could be a good thing. I don't really like to be the first one though, but all right. So Tuesday, Wednesday, what's good is that there are red folder news, and then we got Thanksgiving, obviously, taking off, and Friday I'm taking off as well. I just realized I got to start doing holiday shopping, you guys. Who started their holiday shopping for Christmas? I actually did. I bought my sister like a $200 pillow. Silk pillow. Because she was staying over at my place, and then she said she liked my pillows. And like the pillowcase as well, of course. Ooh la la. So NASDAQ, a little slight hit pre-market high. I have that there. So pre-market high, it's not previous day high, but it's basically like London high actually. Could that be the SMT starting everything? Could be. I gotta pay attention. Did ES hit it? ES actually did hit it though. So never mind, no SMT there. Yeah, ES took out London high by about 2 ticks. Now we are retracing a bit. We got the open in about 4 minutes. You know what's nice? I don't see any Fed speakers on the calendar today. Is it a Fed blackout period yet? I do not know. Fed blackout period. No, that starts Saturday, the 29th until December 11th. Yeah, their meeting's the 9th and the 10th. Okay. NVIDIA said Trump weighing advanced NVIDIA chip sales to China. Okay. So, okay, NVIDIA, Trump weighing advanced NVIDIA chips sales to China, Lutnick says. Great. What I'll do is look at the ATR for a second. Okay. What we got. NASDAQ 620-point average in the last 5 days. 5-day ATR. But ATR for ES, it is 120. Okay. So far, we haven't really moved too much on the daily, so that's a good sign for day traders at least. Like, make me have plenty left. We moved 216 points on the NASDAQ. And ES, we have moved 47 points. And here is the open, ladies and gentlemen. So how are we going to pan out on the 4-hour? There's about 30 minutes left in that 4-hour candle. And then the hourly, I mean, I could see people long versus this low, right? Because it made another low and filled in this NWOG. So I'll mark that out as sell side if I end up getting into a short. And these are pretty equal lows for ES. Yeah. I have to see something that proves to me though that we're going to be going short, because so far there's no divergence at a high. I want to see how, if we get to previous day high, how we react there. We are popping up right now. But no shift to structure on the downside, that's for sure. It would be kind of annoying if all we do is just ping pong between that hourly and this NWOG, but I mean, I'd be positioned correctly if I would have to, if I were to take a short, then I would have to just make sure I'm positioned in a short before we come back to this purple box, essentially. It's just the gap up from Sunday, the Sunday gap up. Right, we opened up there for ES. ES definitely in like a tighter range. Here we're at previous day high for the NASDAQ. So yeah, I care about the reaction here. So far, just slammed through it. Quite the opening move there, 114 points. Okay. Basically how we've seen these mornings go, right? Crazy range. So if I'm going into a trade today, I'm like, in my head, I already put micros on my execution charts. So I'll typically take like 2 to 3 minis, but nowadays it's like I'm taking probably 12 to 15 micros, sometimes even like 7 or 8, depending on how much the range is. I'm basically accepted in my mind, like I'm kind of okay with taking a 60-point stop. Because sometimes, I mean, look, this is a 1-minute candle. It's like probably 60 points. Yeah, 50 points. All right, so ES just took a previous day high. That's why I'm lagging. Mhm. Hmm. Oh no, what is that happening? Google's up 4.5%. Okay, Tesla's up 4.2%. Hmm. Oh, Google's up 5% now. All right. Well, we definitely just surged through previous day high. So 59% of the chat that's bullish. If they were long before the open or at the open, you guys are up good. Not really much for me to do as a bear there, like I said. I need to see how this 4 hour sort of starts to close at though. I wouldn't totally take it out of the question. Hmm. Just pushed up how many points at the open? Sheesh. 200 points. Okay. All right. Do I have this midpoint marked out? Yeah, midpoint of this hourly. All right, who was long before the open? Let me know. What a way to start off Monday. Isn't that crazy? All right. Well, hopefully that's for me, for the Bears, what I'm looking for is that being a fake out. But we basically have to see. We just made a huge push up. All right, it's 9:37 right now. Previous daily high. We're just in this hourly FEG. I mean, for and like I said, it's a humongous one. So, I mean, maybe even mark that out into quarters might be okay, but I can eyeball that. ES made it definitely a quarter of the way through. I want to see, does this basically come back down, take out 9:30 open? And a lot of people would be offsides, right? And then I could potentially find a short towards here. But if we come back down, I mean, I'll mark out this push up, right? Previous day high is there below 50% of that whole leg. I want to see if we come back to it. How do we react at that level here on NASDAQ? Yes, definitely a little weaker than the NASDAQ. ES is up 0.8%, NASDAQ's up 1.5. Like we talked about, Google's up like 5%. Tesla's up 4.7. Avga, which is Broadcom, Broadcom, yeah, is up 6%. It makes sense. They make like the material to make the chips. But he's up 1%. Energy minerals are red today. Consumer non-durables flat/red. So P&G is red. Finance is pretty flat/slightly red. So in the S&P, yeah, there's some more red sectors. Cool. And YM. Check out the YM. P&G, yeah, down 1.5. Okay. Yeah, I can't really do much here for shorts. Yeah, we just literally blast it off all the way up. I don't see any sort of swing low that would make me look for a market structure shift up here or anything. So even on the 1 minute. So I just gotta wait and see here. Looks like ES is definitely slightly weaker there. Definitely retraced a lot more. It's near its lower, its first fair value gap of the day, really. So yes, I'm a bit cautious about because of that. Like I said, these two areas are right next to each other. We could just kind of ping pong a bit. Okay, we're at the 8:30 open. ES is at its first presented fair value gap. Let's see if this holds. No, if I'm a bear, I'm betting to think that I would think that this doesn't hold. And this is forming a swing high on the 4-hour, right? But I need to see some sort of change in state of delivery or market structure shift to the downside. Basically, I don't want to be the first bear, personally. Nasdaq is above previous day high still. Kind of interesting here. During London session, did we have any sort of SMT there at a low? Yeah, with this low here, Nasdaq at 534 took out that 430 low. Yes, didn't. And then yeah, we went towards that buy side. Question is, are we going for more? Nah, I'm basically trying to pick one side and then staying focused on that side. So taking this leg from London, the false move lower, I'm just gonna look at where that -4 standard deviation is up there. 704, 4.5. So we could be nearing the end of that leg up. I'm prepared for it potentially. If I get into a short, should I put my bear hat on? Who was here during the day I soft launched my bear hat with Jade Cap? Everyone's gonna be mad at me. People are typically bullish, especially people that voted for bulls. I mean, hey, we did end up surging straight up 200 points at the open. So if they were positioned there, then they'd be good. 488. What's this low here? 491. Okay. This hour's low is here though. The low is 495.25 actually. Yeah, it's just like this 9 a.m. low. Okay, close enough. This is the sell side here. ES broke down below its first presented FEG, right? Okay. I don't have too much lipstick on my chart essentially right now. Maybe the move is to look at ES shorts because it is weaker. $9.47. I'm not shorting right here yet because I do notice that here could end up going above this high. We do have an FEG up here. Nasdaq's very strong right now at this moment. So let's check this out. Maybe Nasdaq will take out the high and then ES doesn't, and then we actually get some sort of divergence at a high. That would actually be nice. ES failing there. Might end up taking a Nasdaq short if we invert this here. I'm just calculating how much should I take. Yes, hitting that sell side. And Nasdaq just flopped there. Okay. First presented FEG, maybe it pops up here. Yep. I'm trying that short. Minute. All right, well, that was a good reaction so far. Like I said, I'll go for that sell side. I mean, that's pretty much a 2R. Well, came back again into it. It's fine. I just gotta wait this out. I mean, I'm chilling. If it ends up taking it out, like I'll just wait for the next hourly open. I'm aware that sometimes highs aren't formed that cleanly. I entered where I wanted to here. It's a good RR. I mean, look how much this one retraced and came almost to this high, right? So unbothered. I have a sip of water. And a sip of tea. Maybe it's not such a good day to be. You see my mug, it says, take a sip by the dips. It's not what I'm doing today. So hopefully we make a lower low from here. Otherwise, I'll probably get stopped out. Like hopefully take out this low. So I'm looking for it to do next, obviously. Otherwise, this is like looking like an intermediate term low, low, higher low, higher low. $9.57's about to happen. I mean, 10 a.m. open's about to happen. I wonder if I should cut and re-enter after it. So I could always re-enter after here. It does look like I'm shorting a bull flag at the moment. See what this next candle does, basically. You start seeing some more upside, I'll close it and re-enter. Yeah, I'm gonna close it and re-enter then. I took a half R loss there, or a little bit more probably. Actually it's half R. Okay, cool. So I'm just waiting until the next hourly open. I figure if we break this low, then I can re-enter. At the moment, yeah, not the best of looks that ES took a sell side. Maybe we bounce back up. Basically, I'll put like a SSL probably. I'll probably enter in here if we. I mean, I'll put maybe a sell stop there. Like to open my position. Where's my other position? Up there it is. Okay, cool. There's a 10 a.m. open, so far I'm glad I got out. Right, I would have taken a full stop out there. So I have this previous hourly high marked out as well. Maybe one of them will take it and then get that short again. Or, I mean, I don't want to flip long. No, I could see people thinking that this might be their chance to go long after ES took this low, but for me, I don't really like that look. Like I said, I'm just trying to choose one side of the market to get in at. I guess the best play today would have been to actually short ES here in hindsight. That would have worked out. So where I entered, ES had already hit some sell side, so it was riskier. And I anticipated that, which is why I decided to close at 9:57, where we didn't really go anywhere from here. And the next 10 a.m. open is here. So I mean, let's see. Will we have NASDAQ take this out and then a divergence? That would be ideal for me. Broadcom's up 7%. Okay, I'm paying attention now. NASDAQ took out that new high of the session or previous hourly high. It's after 10. I said I'm focusing just on shorts. If we're only long today, I'm happily taking a net 0.5 R loss. Yeah, okay. Okay. I'm just mentally preparing myself to take a short if it does end up inverting. Where's the 10 a.m. open? It's all the way here, actually. No, ES took out that high. There's no divergence. No divergence is here at the low. Bulls are winning so far. That's for sure. Oh no, so sad. All right. Trying that short. I see this collapse too, ideally. Pay attention. Where's the previous 15-minute low? All the way down here. All right, that's good. I inverted this one too. So crazy, it might just work, as they say, right? Uh-huh. I don't know. Good for a sell side here, here. I can see people putting stops here. I gotta beware though. Maybe it just ends up coming down into here and then flipping against me. But no risk, no Rari. Gotta put down the risk. That's my. Also, this is my other entry from before, right? Okay, here it is. Here's a drop, nice drop. Yeah, I'm up 1,500. Gotta pay the trader a bit. Okay, took off 10. I mean, took out 5 of my position. I have 10 left now. Yeah, I mean, I like that hourly low, to be honest with you. I think today, if we end up taking that hour, like this low from the morning, I think a lot of people's stops are there. But we'll see if that comes into play or not. I feel like there's a lot of stops here. We have an hourly low here, sell side there, right? So I got to keep that in mind here. So cool, I'm already back green on the day, so that's cool. For now. Dun dun dun, right? But I'm thinking, hey, it took out previous hourly high inversion. I said I have to just stay on the bearish scope of things. I can't just get confused and go. I'd rather do that and just be wrong on my bias. I said last week I'm just gonna really look for shorts in the coming weeks. So I'm really sorry if you're a bull and I'm fading you. You can go ahead and fade me. People fade me all the time. I'm sure there are people fading me on this little move here. I mean, I saw it panning out and was like, oh, it looks like I'm fading a bull flag and looks like this could have been a manipulation. Some people would be aiming for new high day and that ended up working out for them. So I could still be wrong on this pushback. But I'm thinking about my fill is really nice. I'm thinking that personally on the 4 hour, making a swing high. It's a good shot, as they say. Gotta take your shots. Figuratively. Just like that, we're popping back up. I mean, I'm fine with that. I'm not putting my stop at break even yet. I'm like eyeing this little low. If we end up coming back below it, then I'll put my stop at break even. So it's good to, I took some partial. It's pay the trader. Gotta pay the trader. Especially if a candle makes you go like, wow. So it makes it easier now to hold on a retracement like this. And this is fine by me. I mean, look, this is where actually I would be probably entering. Actually, no, because I would have entered there already. I would have entered here if this was this inversion, right? So, wait, let's find out. It's a wild market, right? see your P&L whipsaw. I mean, I don't even like to look at my P&L. The producers asked me to put this up here for you guys for entertain. I mean, well, I'm sure it's entertaining to see my P&L go up and down, but I try not to look at it until the trade's over. I'm back in slight drawdown now, right? But hey, it's not stopped out. I'm looking at ES. If ES makes another high, I mean, it might be not good, but it might be just SMT, we don't know. But ES is near its high, closer now. It's not really a good look when they rotate like that, though. Okay, like I said, if we take out this low, then the stop goes to break even. If we don't, then we don't. Whatever. See indicators. I want to put a little drawing tool up here on this chart as well. Little line. Yeah, obviously I don't like the look of that little 1 minute holding. Edge alert. Yeah, this could end up just holding this up and go up, but I mean, let's just see. We'll see. Could be making a lower high. I'm positioned. Certainly not my favorite kind of trade to be in, right? Where you know, you're up a bunch in the first. Well, to be fair, I'm looking for a big TP. So am I really up a bunch? I don't know, but it was still good RR. And take some off the table. But certainly I like my trades to be smoother than that, where it doesn't hang around break even so much after going down to a potential first target, you know. But oh well, it's a Monday, no news. Don't really love how we're hanging around here, but whatever. Feels like some kind of headline's gonna hit the fan soon. Take a drink of water. Moment of truth soon coming up. Yeah, if I get stopped out, it's whatever. I'm down 1 hour for the day. Like I said, I'll be happy because I executed exactly how I wanted to execute. And if I actually write, then I'll be up big money. It'll be kind of banger day. If we get past this low, I'll start wearing my bear hat because at that point, the trade is risk-free, right? Because I'll put my stop at break even. Then you guys can make fun of me for wearing the hat. First, I just like 500 as a target's a nice smooth number. You know what they say, don't put your stops at round even numbers. It seems like that open of the day is around 500. So far, we made a lower high. I mean, now I'm just looking to make a lower low here. Will we? I've been in this trade for quite a while. I feel like I've been in this trade forever. What, since here? 10:07. It's 14 minutes. It's not that long, but still. Feels like forever when you're in it, right? Isn't it? Ain't that the way it goes? I'm journaling while I'm in the trade, or I'm like, okay, so I entered from here, 10:07. I took a partial about 4 minutes in. And we came up into my break even. Basically was chilling at break even, slight, how would you say? Yeah, I had a really slight drawdown, really, because I had a good entry there during this. And then, back in slight profit. Like I said, if it hits this low, then I put stop break even, and if it trades break even for the day would be fine for me. If it doesn't pan out. Then I gotta give it a chance. Creeping back up. What I can do is take some sip. My tea. Hands off the mouse is really, I can't do anything. I said it where I would put my stop at break even. I can't take it off really. Partialed a bit. So far managed everything the way I wanted to. So I'll let this play out. It's consolidating for sure. You hate to see it. Hate to be in a trade that consolidates like that. And ES is like it's about to take out a high, new high of day. So my only chance is if NASDAQ is weaker and then it has a divergence there, essentially. We don't know. It's very possible ES just blows through the top, blows through the high of the day like that through there, and then NASDAQ just takes me out, and I'm okay with that. You just got really close to its new high of day. It stopped about 2 ticks before it. Didn't get there. Maybe that's a failure now. Maybe we pull back now. Maybe. We'll see. All I know is I got a pretty good fill. So all I know, let it play out. Kind of agonizing, isn't it? Just watching price go back and forth, back and forth. Glad you guys are here with me though. That's why it's fun to stream. You have a little community. We got each other in the chat, don't we? Hit the like button if you're finding some value in the stream today, or at least you can be entertained while I hold this position. Certainly it ain't easy. If it was easy, everyone would do it, right? Trading. As soon as we hit 665, I'm basically gonna put stop break even. Actually, I could just do it soon, but give it a chance. Might be a winner. We'll see. It's quite agonizing, isn't it? Let's see it fail now. Hopefully it takes out this low. Like splat, splat, splat. The bulls are giving up, maybe. Maybe. We don't know. I mean, I tried a couple of times to come back up here, right? Even ES failed. Maybe they're giving up. When this lit takes this low, might be a bunch of stops stacked, you know? Maybe it ends up coming back up and stopping me out. Of course, as soon as I say that, it comes back up like this, retraces like crazy. Of course. Such a tease, NASDAQ. Bulls doesn't look like they gave up yet. It's 10:28. In this trade for 21 minutes now. Isn't that crazy? Did yes take out that high? I made an equal high, which I don't love at all. Oh my God. I would have rather taken out that high, but okay. I might end up getting stopped out. If it retraces here, it might take me out. I'm fine with that though. It retraces and doesn't go back down. Especially if ES made an equal high. Not my favorite scenario. I would have wanted it to collapse here. Even keep this high intact, to be honest. No, this was wild, bro. Consolidation, of course. At least I'm not sure at the upper end of it. It's quite agonizing. Oh, well, now when we hit this low, I'll put my stop break even because these are sort of stacked, right? I would think if after it hits this low, it would hit this one since it held up here and then all of that could go. And this is now the last 15-minute low. Oh no. We'll see. Maybe this is an exhaustion candle in the 15. Yeah. Lower wick near the high. Some people look at that. See? Oh boy. Stowe's favorite number, my stop. I like my stop. I like my TP. Those are pretty good numbers. Oh my lord. ES keeps pausing at that like 89 level, right? 6689. Now it's the third time it's paused there right now. Kind of weird. Okay, now it just took it out. So this is pretty much my last hope is if this is a divergence, if ES wicks this, comes back down, NASDAQ doesn't take out that high, right? But I don't know. I'd rather it just, start moving from here. Either take me out of my misery, right? Or start moving towards my TP. Like I said, it's pretty much the last line in the sand now. Yes. Hey, it looks good. Yes is wicking it. It's wicking it. See if it now fail breakout, maybe. We don't know. It's certainly not very riveting price action since 10, really. Since like 10:06, 7 since I entered. Been like consolidating within a 100-point range, which is actually small for NASDAQ these days, right? The ATR is 620. Oh boy. Well, I said it's now or never. It seems like I might get stopped then. The Bulls probably gonna win this one out. Which I'll be fine with. Like I said, I'll be a dig down. What is it? I don't know. We'll find out what I'd be down. Probably 1R or something like that. It's not even getting up there like in a fashion that's exciting to be a bull. Still not stopped out. All I can do is hands off the mouse, people. I don't know. It might be the most anticlimactic trade in a while. All right, there we go. We got stopped out. I'm down, oh, less than 1 hour. Actually, I'm down 900 bucks. I'm pretty happy. Pretty happy with how this ended up spanning out. So whatever. GG's good job to the Bulls. You guys held up. You guys held up your little low here. So I mean, I don't know. Like I can't flip. I said I'll keep kind of looking at the short side of things. And that's it. I came in with a bearish bias, down 900 bucks. That's the thing, is like to be a bull, they already reached where I kind of want it to be. I don't know where people are aiming at. They're aiming to go all the way back up. I mean, good for them, but this move back up higher isn't really very riveting, like I've said. Hmm. See, it's 10:37. Hmm. Oh, I think that was like a 4.5 STD before. I mean, it's SDV, whatever you want to say, standard deviation, protraction, extension. Hmm. Wouldn't it be funny? It starts going lower after I get stopped. Well, I mean, like I said, I'm kind of still off my short buys for today. What would it take for me to get back in a short? I do not know at this moment. Like I had a really good entry. I'm happy. Took some partial, so I didn't take a full stop out there. And I was already down 0.5 R from here. So I'm down 900. I originally risked like 1500. So for being a bear today, I mean, that's good. This 4 hour, honestly, breaking this. Hmm. Where are the, like, that's the thing, where are you even going for if you're a bull here? Somewhere like a retracement within here. I don't know. I don't personally don't think we'll get all the way back up here. but we've seen that in the market. Remember that Friday where we just dropped, like took out 3 weeks of price action, then we came all the way back up. But that took a while. See this daily here. There's no daily FEG to go off of really, just this 4 hour essentially. That's where the concern is, right? This 4 hour, we did end up breaking above the swing high, London high, and holding above it. Bulls are winning so far. Okay. Hmm. All right, let's see here. 490 points, 450 points so far on this day. GG to the Bulls. I mean, yeah, it was. I just want to go with one side. So, yeah, that's all I could do. Is those are good losses for me. I ended up taking a 0.5 R here, and then when I entered this one, I basically and down 0.66 R because usually I'll risk like 1,500 a trade. So that was good, partialing here and then managing this way. I could have as it was going all the way down here, I could have already put stop break even. Some people do that. I wanted this low to go before I put that. So that's all there is to that. So the bull side was winning out today here. This SMT ended up holding. Yeah, I still can't really bring myself to just long here though. Do much here except just wait for some more price action. I am gonna take off my long dated puts though, because I said if we end up closing above here on this 4 hour, if we have a 4 hour shift, like we close above a short term high, I'm just gonna take that off. I can always re-enter, just about keeping that premium. So that starter position, I'm just gonna take a loss on. We talked about it last Friday. Okay, so I don't know, GG's to the bulls. You guys are 59% bullish today. Huge push up. There was a fake out because ES ended up pushing out and down. I guess the only for the shorts, really the best one was here, shorting ES here down to there. And that was basically it. But sell side, that 1 hour here. And now we're extending past new highs of day. See 11s here. 11:46, 11:45. Okay. 10:46. So in my journal, I'm like writing, okay. Entered, moved down like pretty well. And what was it? From here to here in 4 minutes, it moved down like 70 points. Took some partials, and we hung around break even forever. ES broke its SMT. I mean, ES broke new high day, and ES used to be the weaker one, so that wasn't a good sign. And we ended up getting stopped out of the rest of the position after holding for a while from 10:07, and I got stopped out at 10:35. 28 minutes. Hmm. See, Avgo, I mean, yeah, AVGO, Broadcom is now up 8.8%. Amazon's up 2.5%. Tesla's up 6.3%. Google's up 5%. Meta's up 3%. Berkshire Hathaway's down 1%. NVIDIA is flat on the day, plus 0.1%. Apple's up 0.8%. Okay. That was pretty tough to find somewhere where, yeah, I mean, I'm fine with like I said, I'm fine if my bias is wrong and I only take less than 1R. Stop. That's actually really good. Because if I did win out, I mean, that would have been like 4R or more. I definitely don't want to keep longing it. I don't want to long. I'm not going to change my bias yet. It's all looking sus to me. This could end up just spooling, but honestly, like this move up, people that were long from here, they're print in a lot of consolidation. It didn't really push up past this in a great boom like that either. So still, I'm not like convinced to change bias at all, really. Still kind of just looking at previous hourly highs and seeing what we could do from there, but not many options right now. Okay. All right, I might as well just look at any questions in the chat. Lunch is on the horizon. It could, says JR the trader, it could blow through reverse in a range and continue longs tomorrow. It could. Yeah, I'm gonna look at what it does on the hourly, especially. Like when it takes out previous hourly low, is it gonna have it catch a bid there? Or previous 4 hour low? It's gonna catch a bid there, is it gonna, reverse? It's gonna just blow through it on the downside. I see circulation, the markets make it a symphony. Peter says the ability to change direction is important. Yeah, but I want more confirmation to change direction. I kind of like, I don't like, if you flip flop too much, then then that's when you end up really losing a lot of money. And then you're mad that you missed your original idea, right? $10.54. All right. Someone said it's symmetrical. What are you measuring from?
Hello, hello.
Hey, Salma.
How you
Here's
doing?
the winner of the live streamers from the Arena Cup strolled in. Welcome.
Hello.
Good morning. Good
How you
morning.
guys doing?
What's
Not
up,
too bad.
XY? I was rooting for you on that short.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it just ends up going that it goes higher, whatever. I mean, I can't be too bearish, but I can
Yeah, it
try.
happens.
I can try. I mean,
It was looking good for a while there.
I mean, you could also say from the other way, people it was consolidating up. Um, but yeah, I mean, I'm really happy with how it ended up because I mean, I was risking 1,500. I was already down 700 or so. So I only lost $200 on that second trade, pretty much.
Yeah, I think you did
So
good by
say,
securing some partials.
yeah, I mean, it moved like 70 points in 4 minutes. I'm gonna take a little partial, but hold most of the position. I don't know. It's hard for me to really shift bullish yet. I'm not gonna do it. Are you guys bullish or bearish? Most of the chat is bullish though, so I'm gonna blame you.
Yeah, I'm long right now.
Yeah.
Hopefully it never stops.
Yeah, I caught some longs. I actually exited at 69.99 on ES, just like right before that psych level.
60, yeah, more
But
6,700. It's pretty good.
yeah, but it's looking like here it could potentially reverse. You might actually end up getting that short.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
marking out like a swing low here. I'm not ashamed. I'm not like afraid of potentially re-entering a short later today because I mean my loss is literally my two trades are less than 1 hour on the day. So they're good losses to me. And I still have money to risk, so I might as well if it ends up another confirmation ends up happening. But gotta be cognizant of the timing.
Yeah, I think you
Yeah,
might
it
get
looks like
it.
they're fizzling out a little bit over here on the
Let's see.
long side. See if they can hold this. If they don't really hold
Which
into the
level are you looking at?
760s, we're probably going to be cooked. I'm going to be cooked.
I did take a short, just something really light because I am, up on the day pretty nicely. I don't want to risk too much. And I have just stops at the highs there. See what happens.
I'm rooting for you.
Thanks. The bear in you is rooting for me. Thanks.
I don't think many people in the chat might be rooting because most people are bullish, but I'm gonna probably wait for 24,748 to fail. Just based it's like a 15-minute fair value gap also there. So and a 1 minute low. So that's what I'll do. Put an alert there and just chill until maybe I'll get a text when if that level ends up failing.
What's the level again?
That like 1 minute low at 10:38 I think is interesting because that's also like a 15-minute
Okay, I see.
inversion if it ends up happening that way. But hey, XYZ could be in as long as all day.
Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed.
Where are you targeting XY?
950s.
950s?
Yeah, it's pretty high up there. It's pretty thin on volume on the way up. So the way I see it is if they can actually start to trade into the thin area,
Mm-hmm.
they can probably make their way into the 900s, which I'll probably look to flatten if we start to enter the 900s. But it's quite a ways away, so we will see.
I mean, it could be, I mean, we've been having huge moves. So
Yeah.
you had 60.1 minute candles. So it could even be
I,
15.
I'm not too confident that these three lots will make it all the way up there, so I'm just trailing these.
Yeah,
These
that's smart.
these were adds to an original long, so I feel better about holding it. Otherwise, it would be impossible for me to hold through this. So I'm in a lucky position, is really what it is.
Yeah, and we're NQ is kind of hovering below its quarterly open, that 840-ish. So if we end up getting there XY, that would actually be a really good spot for partials.
Hmm. Well, I've taken a lot of partials through the long. I started around what, so 10:15 Eastern.
Mm-hmm.
Got some off, tacked some back on the retest, and then that's why I'm able to hold these. So if I hadn't locked in any realized profits on the day, there's literally no chance that I'm holding anything like this. I can't do it.
Yeah.
What was your
No.
original position? How many lots? I'm just wondering.
Today I had 6 on the first, took most off, and I was down to 2, and I added 4 more for 6, and then I took 2 off, and then I'm just holding on to these because it's like, hey, it looks pretty strong. Um, I've got
Oh
some
yeah.
padding.
Yeah, so then you're
Ooh.
chilling.
Yeah, I'm chilling right now. I'm in a good spot. Very fortunate on the move. So
Oh yeah, you had to manage that correctly too though. So skill.
it's not often it goes this way. I'll tell you
I just got stopped out.
that. Some days it works, some days it doesn't.
That's how it
Damn.
goes. Well, good GG's. Good luck, XYZ, since I'm out of my shorts, so I'll be rooting for your longs.
Yeah,
Thanks,
I'm
I
out of my
appreciate
shorts
that.
too, so I guess I'm rooting for you as well.
Yeah, we're
You
all on
just
the same
stopped me
team now.
out.
All right.
Damn.
Ciao, guys. Good luck, good trading. Happy Monday.
Have a good day, Tanya.
See you,
Bye-bye.
Tanya.
There you go. We're approaching that quarterly open soon. Damn, what a pop.
I know. Yeah, these 780s were a big test because it's right before volume really thins out. So
Mm-hmm.
we did see that pullback. I mean, it started to kind of roll over. But I was willing to trail it and give a lot of unrealized back because I think I will be trying to hold with the EMAs today. The
Good.
nine's holding really strong on the 5 minutes. So
Yeah.
pretty much this offer attempt again, this rebid was at the 9. So I feel good about that. As we're getting a little higher, the unrealized profits are getting kind of big. So I'm gonna just be trailing these 3 a lot more aggressively. I'll still have one left. What I will not do is get into any more trades after this one because I think I've really outdone the P&L today. So I don't want to give like 70% of it back like I did on Friday.
Yeah. Today was a pretty good morning. Offered a lot of great opportunities, in my opinion.
Yeah, I didn't really get to the charts until after the IB, so like 30 minutes into the market. And by that time I was like,
What's IB? You guys use that a lot. What is
It's just the
that?
first hour.
Oh, okay.
Called the initial balance. It's just the first
Okay.
hour of like the market. Everyone's placing their inventory in the first hour. Um,
Gotcha. Yeah, everyone's got their own like terminology for things. Um,
yeah, we all say different things about the same thing, essentially.
yeah, like I think my first stream with Leo and Nick, they kept saying the G line, the G line. I'm like, what the heck is the G line?
Oh, that's not even real. That's just like a slang at this point that
Something they
we've
made up?
assigned. It's the weekly open.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
It's
I
literally a
got
Sunday open,
that.
but they call it the G line. Well, we call it the G line because when it first released as like a study, just to auto plot, the line was green. So we just call it the G line.
I think it sounds so cool. How do you not know the G line? Cooper says to me, "Hey,
Well,
don't
it's cool
shame
because it
me."
works. If it didn't really work, it wouldn't be very cool. It wouldn't have a
Yeah.
nickname.
Anyway, I'm learning. I'm learning you guys' terminology.
Well, it's funny. Everyone's gonna say all kinds of stuff about the market and then end up in the same trade.
Right. Yeah. I think I'm with you, XY. I did pretty well. This is, what am I trying to say here? I basically traded 4 different accounts this morning. This is the last account that I barely traded on. So if I do take anything, be probably small. I don't want to do anything that puts this account in the red. And we've already so far extended past my target. I thought we'd get this short here. Didn't work out. Like you said, the 9 EMA has been holding pretty strong.
Hmm.
Maybe I'll wait for a retest of 9 EMA before entering longs again if we get it.
We likely
If
will.
not,
We
if
likely
it
will.
doesn't, this thing's going to go another 15 points from here. I don't see how, NQ sweeps its quarterly open and then ES doesn't. I think we eventually do that. Just hope that I get a retest.
We do have, so I track the 50% extension of IB as well, and it's coming up. I think it is, what's the price? It's at 896. So I think I will,
What's that? How do you calculate that?
it's just 50% of the IB range.
Okay, the first hour.
It's literally 50% of the first hour's total range. Usually the market does either stall or it actually completely turns, or you get a pretty counter move before it, like in this case, bids again. I don't really want to hold all of this through some kind of extensive pullback. So if we do
Yeah.
get lucky enough to just run there before a deep pullback, I do think we're due for a pullback at some point. So
Yeah, I mean, it's just been, on the 15-minute since we've opened, it's just been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 green candles. And then the
mhm.
last 15-minute was red. Didn't do anything though, because bulls just seem to be completely in control. And I think, we need to just remember that it is a short week. And short weeks, especially like a holiday like Thanksgiving, they're gonna more likely than not end the week green.
I'm
So
actually I'm pleasantly surprised that the market has given us something to really work with in terms of a range. I didn't really know what to expect coming into the week. Is
yeah.
it going to be pretty low volume? Is it going to be just an indecisive market?
I think it definitely is going to be low volume. A lot of people or like just, whatever MMs are taking the week,
Our
like
vol is not
Anthony,
really high
they're
today. Yeah.
like Anthony, they're gone after today. So yeah, I definitely think it'll be a thin tape and whoever wants it more will have it, basically. I think
Yeah,
it'll be the bulls.
we have a widening range with not too much R vol, which is my measure of participation in the market. So it's a drift. It's just drifting at this point. And yeah, my whole idea was if we can trade above this volume spot right here, it means okay, now the market finally wants to do business here. And if it does, we can start to fill it through. And that's what we're doing now until the next spot, which is 96 is here. We get back into a prior build. Should be a good shot through there. And the reason I'm looking to go flat in the 950s is because it would be right before trying to get back into the main build that just led to a big liquidation. And I'm happy to just take my profits there. Really can't complain about that, honestly.
No, you can't. And I think we were making pretty good headway to recovering that move on Thursday. I'm wondering if we can recover it fully this week.
I'm going to trail this a little tighter now since we are definitely in pullback territory.
Yeah, this is a
So
big
I'm
level
trailing
on
3.
NQ.
Chat wants me to cover. Close. Be careful. I mean,
Because he's
I'm trailing
chilling.
this. I'm pretty safe, I think.
You are big chilling.
So we are big chilling. Yes, we are.
Yeah,
Do I see?
do you use Fibs XY?
I don't. I tried
Okay.
like more towards the beginning of my trading journey. I just couldn't
Yeah.
really, yeah, I don't know. The closest thing to fizz that I use is like 50% retracements. So
Yeah, those
say
are
like
important.
what I was looking at, it was like this hourly candle right here. Um something like this would be like, okay, let's see how deep they retrace. I'm willing to give it like a 50%. That would be nice. It was so strong that it didn't really move too much, so I had to just get along with it, seeing how it was in this lower time frame right here. Got this, and then again here. But yeah, I think 50% is something I look for. If a candle has issues retracing like 50% of the prior and it looks like a directional move, I would take that as like increased strength and be more urgent about getting on with the move. So we call it a halfback, us order flow traders, more so than anything. But with fibs, like the what would it be, like 61.8, and I don't really remember the numbers, but I remember like
Yeah,
that's the
yeah, yeah.
popular one. I couldn't really vibe with it as much.
I think it's subjective. Everyone, like at least all the videos that I've ever watched on fibs,
Mhm.
it just overcomplicates them. But I think once you get used to it and you get, your own feel for it and you have reasoning as to why you're drawing the fib, then it works.
Yeah, if you get like a lot of screen
Um,
time with it, I'm sure
yeah.
it's good. But I do believe that about like 90% of strategies. I think I think all strategies, like the word all in a vacuum, work. It's just dependent on the operator. Um,
Yeah, definitely.
that really is my belief. Unless I will say if it's called Elliott wave or moon cycles, I do not believe it works. But everything else, I do believe it works. I think ultimately, if you're able to have any kind of system that manages risk, you will come out on top as long as you are properly operating the system. Because the game really is just probabilities, and then if it doesn't go your way, you manage the risk. You will always have that edge. The edge is in the risk management more than all the other stuff. Everyone's always P&L this. Look what I did with my green day, this and that. But the game is about the red days. What do the red days look like? So if someone's just always posting their green P&Ls and they don't show their red days or anything like that, it is something to definitely consider. Everyone's a good winner, but not everyone's a good loser. And I think that says that's a big tell of who you should really be using as an example for your own trading, like as a benchmark.
Are you guys listening to that? I hope chat was listening to that. That was actually some really good advice.
Oh yeah, I
That
go
was
on like
good.
random rants sometimes, so apologies
No,
in advance.
preach. That was awesome. That is great. But the reason I asked you if you like used fibs, I just went and drew on NQ. I drew fibs from our most recent high on the 4 hour to this recent low that we put in on Friday. If you drew that, and then obviously let's go on like lower time frame, you would see that that number aligns with the quarterly open. So we are at a really big level on NQ. If they, sellers did want to step in here and bring us down.
They're about to take 3 lots out. Let's see.
You're gonna get stopped.
It's close.
Oh, I see, I see.
It's close.
No, it's good that you're trailing. This is
Yeah, I'm definitely beyond even just happy with the trail, so it was close. They spared me. Some random buyer just came in and spared me right above my stop, like 200 lots.
we give thanks to that buyer.
Whoever that was in the chat, thank you.
Someone asked in the chat if I can please elaborate on this quarterly open. Yeah, it's just literally the quarterly open level. So whatever NQ opened at, it's at 844, 845. That's the level there. These like quarterly, weekly, monthly, 4 hour, daily, those are all important levels that you should be paying attention to.
Quarterly open, the Q line.
The
It's
Q
the
line,
Q
I
line
like
now.
that.
We've got the G line, you got the Q line.
I like that. I do.
Peepo, isn't your grandma like a billionaire now? Why don't you ask her for money?
All right. Yeah, no. I think any chance of bears trying to push us down is just to no avail. There's no point. I'm gonna grind higher here.
I don't have a ES 60 minute up. Sorry, I don't know 6273. Or I mean, if you give me what time, I can go look at I have the order flow. Unless this is like really old. Yeah, it looks like a really old level. No, I don't.
What are they
Why would
asking
happen there?
for?
Someone asks, do I see 6273 on the ES 1 hour
62.73, like 500
price?
points ago? Am
Yeah.
I tripping?
Actually, yeah, that's like 500 points ago.
Yeah, that's 500 points
Might
ago.
have delayed data.
I don't think data is that delayed. Sorry,
6723.
67. Oh, okay. Whoosh. I'm like, whoa.
Yeah, I have no
Yeah,
idea what's up there. I don't have a 1 hour
quarterly
up.
open. I
The
have
Q line.
the Q line for ES 67.25. Close enough. Someone said 6.7. Guys, stop. Bro. Bro. Chat is funny today.
Chat's always funny. Sometimes I hate reading it because I lose my train of thought.
Chat. I love reading chat so much that I give it its own monitor.
Yeah, Chad, you guys have I'm always looking in this direction on stream because I'm looking at that bullshit you guys are saying.
Dude, someone just made fun of my white chart. That's wild.
Yeah, we're dark mode folk.
Not here. I've never seen you before. Do you have a separate channel? I do have a separate channel, but I don't stream on it. Ninja's the only place I stream. The light chart hurts my eyes, so look away. Duh. Duh.
Someone asked, Omni asks, have you heard the good word of Viore? Have you heard of it?
What is that?
I try to get everybody on stream to buy this brand of athleisure wear.
Okay. And
It's
how much
called
are we talking about?
Viore.
Oh, wait, you were talking about this last time. Someone asked you about it.
Oh, I mean, I'm talking about it all the time. I'm trying to get them to give me an affiliate code, the sponsorship.
Hold on, I want to see how expensive this thing is.
It goes on sale. I will say that now.
Dude, if this is
It does
anything
go
more
on sale.
than $20 per item,
I get it. I get it. I get it. I was there too. I was there too.
yeah, they
Did you,
have a
I mean, Black
20%
Friday's
off your
coming.
first purchase.
Black Friday's coming. It might go on sale.
$118 for
I
a
get mine on sale.
sweater?
I get mine on sale.
XY. $118 for a sweater?
A sweater? No, I don't have any sweaters. I have
This is
some.
like gym wear, right? Is this that's
Yeah, it's kind of they have all kinds of stuff now. They got like golf stuff, whatever. The brand blows up, they get a lot of different inventory. But yeah, I like the joggers. I got some like down stuff, like a down vest, like a puffer,
chat?
the shorts. Look at chat. Look,
Chat.
chat likes Viore.
$98 for a pair of leggings? Do you know I can go on Amazon and get a 5-pack for literally like 30
No, but
bucks?
that's what everybody says until they get them.
No, no, you're out of
But
your
they do
mind.
go on sale. I will say they do go on sale. Okay. I don't buy mine full price. I'm lucky that I live nearby one of their like warehouses and they do an annual like it's probably like trying to offload seasonal stuff. And
It's a
I
no
just go
from
in there,
me.
I look for anything in the color black, and that's how I get away with it. But they're worth full price,
Is that all you wear? Black?
mostly, pretty much.
Cool.
Yeah. It's easier that way. Pull back, yeah, I see it. I see it.
No, don't
We're pretty
front run this,
much
guys. Just wait.
we're halfway. Like my stop and my TP on these three lots are literally 50-50 on price right now. So Yeah, I'm not covering this, not manually. They're gonna have to come get the trailing stop or give me the 896. I literally have it sandwiched right in the middle. It's fine.
Is your stop below the 90 MA or?
The 90 made right now is what, 830. I'm at 846. So
Oh,
if it
so
starts
above.
coming back to it, I'm getting out. Yeah. But I'm stopping out on three, or I've got three lost sandwich and I'll be down to one. See if we can get the 950s.
Yeah, I kind of want that retest so I can get in long, but I feel like I'm missing out on the party here. And I can't bring myself to just chase this, so I
Yeah,
won't.
this would be an insane. I think anything above the 90 MA on days like this is way too dicey.
Yeah.
That's my
Yeah.
other usage of the nine. It's when price is running away. It's like a rule of mine, like not to engage beyond the
Yeah.
nine. That's kind of like the okay, let's reconfigure it. Let's rethink this thing. And usually it'll hold, so I'll get along with it there. But when price is really extended from the nine, I'm not gonna put my neck out. You know.
No,
I'm
definitely
running
not.
into lunch. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm not really worried about this anymore, guys. I've got this locked down for like 150 points almost on three lots that are trailing. So,
Round of applause for XY.
you know, it's a great start to the week. It's a great start to the
There you go. I was waiting for production to do that.
week.
I was waiting for that. What's up with chat having beef with my chart colors? What do you guys want me
Well,
to do?
there's two kinds of people. There's light light theme and dark theme.
And I'm
And
dark theme on everything except TradingView for
Yes, it's
whatever
my world
reason.
and you're all just living in it.
Oh my God. Listening to your own voice is so sometimes it's yeah, not even gonna say anything.
someone said, "Who is this angel?" I think you've got a fan.
Thanks,
White on
guys.
gray is insane.
Dude, whatever. Like I said last stream, someone DM me, I will give you my TradingView login, change it, but you gotta make it look good with my indicators, and then give it back to me. That's it. Simple. I'm just not doing it. Oh man.
Can they just pop this up
Someone
20?
said my chart is like a flashbang. Guys, I do play COD, by the way, so I do know the reference.
Counter-Strike was the original flashbang for me. First time I ever learned what a flashbang was.
Too funny. What's the shaded volume bars on your screen? Are you talking about like the gray above the green and the red? I will show you. So the green and the red bars is obviously volume. And then the shaded area is the volume MA. And wait, no, I lied. Hold on. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Okay. It's the volume MA, and this tells me that if the green and the red are below the gray, then volume is lower than average, and then if it's above, then that's high volume. So it helps me just visually see that. And then you can see it on the side here, where it shows you that right now this candle has 2.2K in volume, and the shaded area is 20K. So we'd need 20K plus to be above the shaded area for this 5-minute candle to be, high volume, higher than usual. I hope that helps.
Chat is saying pullback started. Yep. Yep. Team Flasher. Yeah, a lot of Counter-Strike players. You guys are aging yourself along with me. A lot of old people here, a lot of unks.
A lot of people are so upset with this chart. You know what? Stay mad. It works for me. Thank you very much.
Salma is team flashing, huh?
One more pastel and your screen qualifies as a wellness retreat. You guys, you're welcome. Isn't it not satisfying to look at? Like,
No,
okay, cool.
no.
Throwing flashbang.
Where did
They need
production
to
even
play
get
that
that?
before you hop on to the stream.
That's actually hilarious. As soon as
So
I share my
everyone's ready.
screen. Oh my God.
What time did I enter my trade? The first entry was here, what, 7:13 my time, so it's around 10:13 Eastern. And then I put some back on when they retested it down here, and it dragged my average up. But I think I'm gonna just flatten this at this point. I think once it reaches the 50% extension, I'll kill this thing.
This 5 minute is either flagging really hard here or this consolidation is just gonna kill us. NQ is not letting go.
Yeah. Well, they're getting trapped on the shorts every single. So pretty much when everyone's saying pull back, they are trying to sell, but they never get through the bid. They just tried to sell a lot. Like there's a lot of negative delta, and they just couldn't move it down. So eventually, you're gonna go up until you find real sellers that can actually drive the price.
Yeah.
It looks like the book is starting, or the supply is getting a little thicker as we get closer to the 50% mark. And I'm actually just gonna flatten everything there. So I'm done with this trade here.
I was gonna say on ES, I know you guys don't really use patterns, but like on ES, this does look like a bull flag, and then on NQ, it looks like a rising wedge. So it's a little iffy here. I don't like how these candles are looking on NQ.
Yeah, it's getting a little sticky. It's pretty close to the 890s. So
Yeah.
it is what it is. I'm gonna end up colorblind.
Yeah, they're still going. They're not giving this up.
Well, the thing is, with me and Nick, when we exit our trade is when when the party really starts. So
What
this thing
happens
can
then?
just pump up now.
Oh. So is this your sign of, is this you trying to tell me to get in? What I need
Not
to
financial
know.
advice.
Chat, come on. Spam the buy button.
Well, someone saved my stop earlier. Got me
Yeah,
an
they were in the
extra 30
chat.
points on it. So if you're in here, I appreciate it. Give me an extra 30.
You got to PayPal him $200.
Well, while we're both flat, then I can start begging for likes in the chat. Please hit the likes if you want the market to keep going up. But if you want the market to keep going down, if you want it to start going down, also hit the like.
I was trying to see what we were at prior to you saying that. 440? Come on, guys.
We're at
Do way
440 right
better
now?
than that. Yeah.
Mm.
464 now. Let's go. Yeah, 464.
Someone asked you for your strategy.
Okay. It's just literally fibs. It's fibs and candlesticks. That's really it. And then I just started recently learning or getting into order flow. I won't
Is
say what
that
I'm
right?
doing. I won't say what I'm doing because you guys will judge me, but
Is that right?
XY, we can talk about that after stream.
Are you using
yeah.
cumulative delta?
I'm not going to talk about it on stream.
She's using cumulative delta, guys.
No, I'm not. I'm really not. Maybe.
I'm not, or
Or am
unless.
I? No, okay, in all seriousness though, I just I use fibs on higher time frames. And the only like indicators that I use are just obviously what you guys see, volume, 9 EMA, and then I use key levels such as, you know, like what I said before, quarterly, weekly, daily, 4 hour, and that's it. And then I just look at how the candles are looking, and that's how I get into my trades. It sounds simple, but it's true. Like this 15-minute, the way this is looking here, this is looking like a short, but it was looking like that here as well, and then it got invalidated. So we'll see. I'm gonna actually remove this. Someone said, so basically vibes. Yeah, you got it.
And then he says, XY holding back the joy from the dope. No, 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 no. I definitely, no. I went through that. The thing is, when I'm trailing that far already into the trade, I've already like finished celebrating because I already expect it. You know, I've gotten what I expected. But no, that was definitely, I am hyped about that trade.
Yeah,
It's
that was a good
just,
trade.
yeah, it was a monster trade for sure. But I already went through that phase is all it was. It's not that I'm nonchalant about it. It's that after a while I was already like, no, this is locked in.
Yeah, those were his runners, guys. He already,
Yeah, those were my little extra icing on the cakes. That paid me
yeah,
more than the original trade and the core position of the trade. So
that's
it's it's,
awesome.
it's a good outcome.
I'm waiting to see if 90 MA gets held here on ES. ES is a little weaker than NQ. NQ, again, is at that quarterly open and sitting right above the 90 MA. So we'll see what happens here. In the meantime, X6 is asking me, how long have I been trading and where are you based out of? I've been trading, I started trading at 18, so I'm coming up at 6 years. I started with options. I dabbled into futures, but didn't really get too serious up until this year. So I've been trading futures for about, what's April till now? 7 months or so? No. Yeah, 7 months. And I've been basically day trading futures for the past 7 months. Gave up day trading options, not really my thing. But I do swing on options, so I still do options regularly. And then where I'm based out of, East Coast. If you can hear it in the accent, then you'll know. If not, East Coast.
How long have you been trading?
Coming up on 6 years,
Wow, you are a baby.
I
You say you
guess.
started at 18?
Yeah,
Wow,
yeah.
you've got plenty of time left to
Dude,
make
I
plenty of
still
money.
feel no, but like guys, you guys hear starting young as like a good thing, but I see it almost as there is a negative side to it as well. That negative side being you're so not fully there yet. Like you're not mature enough to realize you need to lock in sooner than you do. So like yeah, I've been trading since I've been 18, but like I also dilly-dallied for I don't know, 2, 3 years, like it's not like I just started trading and I was good instantly. It took a long time for me to start getting good. And I feel like if I started now, for example, I'd be miles ahead just because of where I am in life, where I am mentally, how I think. So, yeah, there's pros and cons to starting young, I believe. And yes, I am full time.
Chat is curious about how old I am. You guys got to guess.
He's an unk.
You guys got to guess. 36, 36. God damn.
40? Are you 40?
God damn.
Wait, are you close to Leo's age? Because I know Leo's age now, so.
It's like watching the tape right now. I got some action at
Bro,
70s,
someone
the
said
50s, 50s,
105.
70s, 70s, 100s, three digits, three digits.
3 digits is crazy. Guys, this is looking like that retest.
Well, shit, dude.
At least chat is
We've got bid
awake.
36s. We've got 12s. Ooh, 12s. Anyone wanna fill the 12s? Yeah, honestly, it looks like POC is around 36. I'm not 36 yet. No. I am I've just turned 34 2 months ago.
You're still young as well, though.
Relative. Support at 30.
Bro.
Unks, there it is. Unk status. Damn. Happy belated. Thanks, man. Well, you're the guy that said I was like 107, so not sure how I feel about you.
JK.
Yeah, the references kind of gave it away, huh? Yeah, I do age myself kind of often on stream.
Once you hit 35, you'll be an unk.
Well, someone said 35 is OG. Hit OG status.
We're gonna have to
How old
start
are you,
calling you
Omni?
sir.
Omni, how old are you? NFL Blitz gave it away? Yeah, I would think so, man. Damn. 35 is the new 7. I fucking hate chat.
I think I'm gonna take a stab at longs here.
Is this the 9? Oh, yeah, they're bouncing off.
Yeah, again, going super light.
I don't know how far this goes down, but ES's high doesn't really look too convincing as a high. I'll say that much.
What does that mean, though?
There's not much of a taper, so they kind of went up there and um, they found someone passively sitting on the offer, and they just haven't really tested beyond it yet. So if the market's still willing to find a bid somewhere, it's
Yeah.
likely going to go back to that spot, which is high a day, and auction through it.
Yeah,
Nothing's 100%, but
I'm seeing some sellers sitting above at 16. Chat is saying they would go short, and typically I would. This would be the setup for my short, but I'm gonna go ahead and say I don't believe sellers are strong enough to push us down. I could be wrong.
they're definitely selling. I'm
Yeah,
gonna shit out of this right now, see what they get for it.
yeah, I want to watch NQ as well.
Every time they've tried today, they've gotten nothing. So here's to
Yeah,
hoping that they still get nothing.
that's basically, yeah. Keep buying, whatever. I don't want to call this a dip, but like keep buying, every red
Every
candle.
attempt, every sell attempt.
There you go. Every sell attempt until it doesn't work.
Right. And even if it happens to be when it doesn't work, it's like, hey, it is what it is. It worked like the rest of the times. You just
That
gotta
would be
take
my
that risk.
luck. That would so be my luck. Salma, what is the purple ones? I'm gonna shut that off because I feel like it throws a lot of people off. Everyone always asks.
What?
But it's the purple ones on my chart. It's like under these
Oh,
candles.
what is that?
It's the strat. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the strat,
Mm,
but it just indicates that this was an inside bar. So we didn't take out the high or the low of the previous candle. And so that candle is now sitting inside of,
I
the
see.
previous one. Um, and then I typically like to use these on higher time frames, basically on like the daily or the 4 hour. So yeah, it doesn't serve me a purpose now. I should just shut it off. But yeah, that's what it is. Come on, let's trap some bears and push us higher.
Ma Malix Mells, Malax Mells. You can call me whatever you want. I've had people in chat call me all sorts of things, good and bad. Is this starting to look like a dead body setup? No.
What is a dead body setup?
It's essentially a liquidation play. It's when a bunch of people get trapped at the highs and then they get traded against and then it just liquidates. This is not really the condition for that. So I would not say so, chat. Sorry.
Y'all want to see a dead body?
Ain't gonna be
You know,
today.
production is working overtime today. Oh man,
Mm. No, they built up an
hilarious.
archive before you started streaming with us, so you can't trust them. I'll tell you that
Nah,
much
I
right.
love this though. This is awesome. They're just back there waiting.
How often does my Delta VP reset? Every 50 points right now. So you can set it however you want. Right now I have it set for 50 points. So if it rotates down 50 points, it'll reset itself. I filled one set of singles, huh? Almost.
Someone overslept and missed a pump? Come on, dude. You should know money does not sleep.
So what? They should sleep when they're dead?
Um, do what I do. When I trade Asia, I set like I don't even want to say it out loud, but I set alarms in like 2 hour intervals to wake up and check on my position.
That is insane. Whoa.
To be fair, I didn't do it last night and I woke up. I don't know if you guys saw this drop here. Where is it? Let me go back to like the 30-minute. This here, okay. So I was long, I think it was here, yeah, 66.45. And I went to sleep. I actually fell asleep. Totally forgot to set an alarm of any sort. Anyway, I was green about 20 points or so, 25 points. Obviously, I was sleeping, couldn't take profit or anything like that. And did not set a stop loss at all. Don't recommend this. Again, I fell asleep. Literally just dozed off. We dropped 20 points. So I was green 20 points and I was red 20 points. And by the time I woke up around 7-ish, I was break even. That, guys, never happens. That is literally, that was just a miracle. And I kept that trade on, and that's how I traded into the open. I didn't even take anything new. I just kept that position on. But yeah, 2 hour intervals, guys.
Secret sauce.
Yeah,
Oh,
money
they're
doesn't
going for the
sleep.
new high NQ, ES as well.
Push it. Again, I don't see how NQ can sweep this quarterly open and ES doesn't. I would love to see a trade-off basically in power. So right now, guys, NQ is the stronger one, it seems. It's the one that's carrying us higher. I would like to see ES eventually be the one that's stronger and NQ be not the lagger, but take a back seat. And if that happens, then I definitely see ES pushing another 10 points from the highs.
Nice trade. 9 EMA. It's a good one
It works
with
until
that,
it doesn't work.
right? The high wasn't really, honestly, there was really no exhaustive high just yet. The market's generally not going to reverse until they show some sort of exhaustion. Generally, nothing's 100%, but
Right.
this is another example.
Another thing, I'm sorry not to cut you off, but like another thing, I
Yeah,
said
go
this
ahead.
before, but like it is a holiday week, and I don't know if anyone else has caught on, but on either holidays where we are, the market is open, we tend to be green. On holiday weeks where, we have a day off or it's a short week like this week, it tends to be a green week. So yeah, it'll be like a slow grind up, but we'll eventually end the day green. And that's just me speaking from experience. Market hasn't really been following seasonality and like what it typically does. So it's still a toss up, but just something to keep in mind.
New high. There it is. There was someone in chat that asked me something. How are you so good about not letting P&L affect you? Five-figure days regularly is crazy. Well, first of all, I don't have regular five-figure days. Um, I'm usually not trading already, or like I'm done trading already by then. I won't say they're uncommon, but I wouldn't say they're regular. But it's relative. I think four or five, whatever figure is relative to your risk, right? So it's not like I'm risking, 3 digits and I'm ending the day in 5 digits. The risk it could be pretty big, right? It could be anywhere from like $1,200 on the trade or up to even like close to $2,000. and that's the game I'm playing. It's not like I'm copping 10 hour, 20 hour days or something like that on a regular basis. That would be very unrealistic. But yeah, I don't have regular 5-figure days. I wouldn't say so.
Kane just called
Today,
cap on
you're
you.
definitely seeing an outlier today, like that much in one trade or one trade idea. It's definitely an outlier for me, which is why I'm not really interested in taking any more trades. But yeah, it's like you risk bigger. The P&L will be bigger, but the risk is also bigger. So, um, the P&L thing, I'm used to seeing it because when I'm in the trade, I don't have points on my screen. I have literal P&L. And the reason for that is I need to be always mindful of what the real risk is. The points thing doesn't really hit me as hard as seeing the actual dollar risk that's on the table. Um, it's my way of preventing like a downward spiral. And that's why I cut trades quickly. It's because if I let it get past a certain threshold of a leg's range, that's when like the window opens to like hopium and like, oh, maybe it'll come back, and I need to be out before that, no matter what the P&L is. It could be small green, small red, this, that, it doesn't matter. It's, hey, it's not working the way you would hope it would, and you need to get out before you start to think, oh, maybe I'll hold on to it, or maybe I'll add into it, or this or that. Um, it's a sizing thing more than it is like me copying crazy trades. I'm always going to be like primarily a scalper. The numbers get bigger because the size is bigger. It's not that I'm like getting 6R, 5R on my trades regularly. So I hope that clears it up. Doesn't set any weird expectations like, yeah, regular. Good morning, Kane.
He just called
Been a
cap
while,
on
man.
you.
Yeah, Kane's on vacay right now. What's my average R per month? I don't even know. At this point, I don't know. I just trade. I come in every day, I execute, and the chips fall where they fall. And I try not to psych myself out, whether it's in a good way or a bad way. I'm so super focused on cutting the trade. I am hyper focused on cutting the trade more than anything else. If it's not working the way I thought it would, I have to be honest about it with myself and just cut the trade. Ever since I became hyper focused on that, good things happen.
That's
What's
solid
my
advice.
I know. Yeah, I think the being honest about your current trade thing it's easier said than done for sure. Problem with wide stops, they're normally at other entry points. Yeah, so the problem for me is like say I have a 12-point stop and I don't cut it there and it gets lower and it catches at like 25. Let's just say I do catch that 25 point and now it goes in my favor. It's always going to be in my head that's like, why don't you just cut the 12 and then put it back on at 25 then? If you think that's going to be the next spot it catches, why even average down and hold on to losing lots? Or if I'm a 12-point stop and now it's 30 points in and I haven't taken it off and I'm like, oh, it should bid soon. And I'm like, wait, why didn't I just cut it then and then bid it here? Why am I holding on to an extra 18 points of drawdown on this size when it's not even necessary? So it always ended up going back to that. And one day I was like, then why do I keep doing that? Let's just not do that anymore. Um, yeah. I'm going. I don't even remember what the original question was at this point. I'm
Just went
ranting
on a whole
again.
tangent.
I
No, but
I
that's
legit go into like these just these rants. It is what it is. You've got to
that's
deal with
good
it,
though.
chat. Do I have a channel? I have a YouTube channel that I have some videos on. I stopped posting on it because I'm gonna be doing content for painting the tape now. But the YouTube channel is just XYZ trades. I have a Twitter. You guys would probably be better served following me on Twitter. So, Gerald the Trader, there's a free playbook that I put out recently. Um, If anyone is order flow curious, it's on my Twitter. You'll find it pinned, or it's at the top of my profile or whatever.
Order flow curious.
Mm-hmm. Kane, what time is it over there, man? I always have to ask Kane what time it is because he's always in different time zones.
I think he said it was like 10 p.m. or something.
10. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm glad you guys like the music on my videos. I do have more videos coming for you guys with more music. 10 p.m. How's vacay, man? You ready to be back? Are you done with chilling and doing nothing? A sign of old age. Yeah, you get to unk status when you just start going on rants. Everything turns into just a rant.
Advice.
You call it advice, but everyone sees it as a rant. Like, oh, there he goes again.
I think it's good. I hope chat pays attention.
Yeah, if you guys like it, please hit the likes. If you guys hate it, please hit the likes.
Yeah. By the way, real quick, someone asked me if I use stops. I do use stops typically, but in this case, I'm just gonna wait to see if we have a 5-minute candle close below the 9 EMA. If we do that, then I'll get out. Other than that, I'm gonna just stay in this long and see if we can get a sweep of that quarterly open up top at 25. 67.25 is my target.
What's my opinion on going long into a bearish single print? Um, Very nuanced question because as we are going long into a bearish single, we have two bullish singles, right? So the bearish singles were created on the way down before the market caught a bid, before the market really digested and balanced prior to coming back up. I think bearish singles are good targets for if you're on a reversal move, right? And that would be like today. If you were going long into bearish single prints, the same session that they are being printed, that's a whole other story, right? So you always have to consider when you have a target, where are you coming from? So that's a whole different thing. Where are you coming from and where it could be going? That whole context is much different today than on the day that the singles were created on the downside. So it is very nuanced, but if you're catching a reversal, it would be sensible to target old areas of resistance, right? And some people might have a supply zone, some people might have a trend line, some people might have just a resistance zone, some people might have a single print. It's all the same thing at the end of the day. It's resistance. And you want to target resistance if you are bullish. So
Hey
Hello,
guys,
Jim.
hey Jim.
how you doing?
Not bad, not bad.
Pretty
Good,
good.
good. Great job today, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Let's give these guys a thumbs up. XYZ, Salma, Monday morning, holiday. It's a holiday week. A lot of
Mm-hmm.
people vacationing. We'll throw in a X link for you to follow Salma. We're getting some requests in the chat. In any event, good job, man. I was at your home. I was at your home away from home,
Mm-hmm.
XYZ. We'll share notes later.
How was it? It was fun, huh?
Yeah, it was crowded though, because it was F1. So there's a lot of, not only was there a lot of people coming
Influencers.
to the event, but there was also an incredible amount of people who work, with the teams.
Mm,
So your
that makes sense.
hotel, the Aria had, was kind of like the headquarters for the Mercedes crew.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense.
Yeah, so I got to play craps with some German-speaking people. It's all good.
You saw Max Verstappen take the dub, huh?
Dude, we could talk about it. It was awesome. Just sitting there trackside watching it was an amazing experience. Did a great job. It's an NFL Super Bowl event every week when they do it.
Yeah, it looked crazy. I mean, I would see it all over the socials. Yeah,
Yeah.
especially, in my second home. Maybe
Yeah.
next year.
Well, next time I'll meet up with you. I did not wander into the back rock room because I don't want to disrespect you and I want to honor your tradition. So I'm gonna go in there with you.
Or so you'd be open to going back next year for F1?
100%.
That was that
100%.
good, huh?
Yeah, it was awesome. It was a crazy amount of fun. Recommended everybody.
Hopefully.
It's on your bucket list. Go to an F1 race. It doesn't have to be Vegas. It could be anywhere, but it's a lot. It's spectacular for sure.
Guess I'll see you there next year.
There you go.
I
Selma.
went to a NASCAR one like 2 years ago. I don't know if you want to categorize them in the same category, but that
How
was
very American of you.
What
that was
track?
so
What track,
boring.
Selma?
Here at the Meadowlands in Jersey.
Yeah. No, they're fun. NASCAR's good too. It's all fun,
I
man.
don't know. I left. Our chat is like not even close. Okay, I'm gonna stop talking. I'm
Anyway.
just a girl, guys.
Uncultured.
Oh my God.
Anyway, thank you guys for being here with us today. Let's hit that subscription button. Let's hit that thumbs up for these two. Landed on the line. Appreciate all the great intel, all the great wisdom. You guys did great today, as usual. Later on, just so everybody knows, this afternoon, I do believe we have Leo, Nick, and Joey trading the close. I'll talk more about that in a second. In any event, thanks, guys. I'm going to do a really quick edge report, and we will wrap up the morning stream.
Thank you, guys.
All right. Here's the Bitcoin. This is we'll go to the ES in a second. I just want to show an intraday chart with the Bitcoin right now. We did have that. Look at the gap. Look at this low wick here. I mean, gap hunters are out in force, although the RTA gap is a little lower. But in any event, I don't know. The volume profile is not very good here, but we are trading above the U.S. IB high right now, and right between that and the top of the value area. Jax 3, yeah, we wicked through it late last night, and that one-day max didn't quite get to it. So this isn't looking as strong as I thought. There wasn't the correlation between this and the equity markets just is inverse at this point in time. So be careful. There's a lot of targets, though, here trading micro Bitcoin on the downside also. We have that put support at 85,000 also, should we get a sell-off here. But we're above VWAP right now. As long as we're above VWAP, probably unlikely to get to that put support. But in any event, let's shoot over to the E-mini S&P because there's a lot of stuff here on this chart to talk about. This is one of these days where a lot of folks look at this chart and say, well, it can't go any higher. I want to get short. Now, there's going to be dips. There's going to be rallies. There's going to be oscillation for sure. But this is looking like a pretty strong market right now. The volume profile is really needs to fill out, needs to mature to get a better grip on things. But the point of control is officially at the top of the chart. And we're talking 67.12. We're above the one-day max. We're above put support. We're above the IB high. We're above JAX 4. We're above the London initial balance high. We're above VWAP. So this is a pretty strong chart. Now we have a volume cluster a little bit lower here at 66.82, just north of that VWAP. And then session VWAP, and then another volume cluster a little bit lower from overnight trade action. So we'll see if we get any kind of retracement. But right now, looking pretty strong here. And intraday, look at this. There's not a lot of targets. You got R2 all the way up here at 67, 63 half. Should we get a continuation breakout on the upside? And remember, we still have that RTH. Barely. That RTH gap fill at the bottom. Only 38% chance, I think, as I posted earlier today, for that thing getting filled from an edge full stat based on year to date. And if you want to see what it looks like on a daily chart, here it is. We're above Pax's quarterly pivot, which is 66.58. But most importantly, we're right at that 50 EMA right now. We're right a little bit north of that on a daily, 67.05. Love to see it close above that, because then we have that 21 next up. And you can see the moving averages are starting to slow their roll a little bit, with the 8 actually arcing up on a daily chart. So we'll see if this Thanksgiving rally turns into a Santa Claus rally for the rest of the year. Again, that is this morning's Edge Report. Appreciate everybody being here on the stream today. Had a lot of great guests, and we're going to have a few more, as I mentioned. 2:30 start. Me and Shai. Then immediately after that, we have Leo, Nick, and Joey. They're going to come in and trade the close. So we're looking for that. Thanks everybody for being here with us on this holiday week. There's volumes pretty good. There's going to be a lot of price action. There's going to be a lot of stuff to do all week long, at least up until Thursday. Having said all that, folks, relax, have a nice lunch. Look forward to seeing everybody this afternoon.